I'm going to call the meeting of the Board of Game back to order at 8:30 a.m. All members are present in the room. Before we start on proposals, our Vice Chair has something to bring to the department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. This one's to Ryan. On the action we took earlier at this meeting, RC 47, basically adding IM to Unit 18 on the Mulchatna caribou herd. I read an interesting article last night that in one of the states that coyotes are taking way more calves on deer than they ever thought. And I was just wondering if we might want to incorporate coyotes in along with bear and wolves, because they could be taking a lot of calves.
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, certainly, we're aware of not only lower 48 predation on ungulates via coyotes, in addition to some ungulate species here in Alaska as well. I think based on the data that we have, that we saw in the research report, it points to our two primary predators, if predation is the factor that's impacting these the most. So at this time, I think that would be a stretch for us to, we wouldn't have any data, we would have presented that. So if we do, as we get out there and continue to work on those, discover that's an issue, we'll come back to you and we can go from there with that. I'd be a little bit reluctant to suggest that we add coyotes without having any real base to it at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only really base I have is that they've moved in, and we don't know how many there are, but I've seen way more than I've seen 20 years ago, and you hear them barking, and I see them when I'm flying around now, which I didn't before. So, thank you.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And to follow up on that, can the department distinguish between wolf predation and coyote predation?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I don't know the answer to that. Certainly we could distinguish between, by and large, we could distinguish between tracks of, wolves and coyote just based on size and things like that. But I don't know if you guys, if Gino or Todd have any information on that. But, I've seen predation from both. Frankly, my personal observations, it looks very similar. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you. Any additional comments? I would comment that I live a part of the year in an area that has a large number of coyotes, and they certainly are a very important part of the ecosystem there. And I would expect they'd do the same here. So I think maybe canid predation instead of wolf predation is what we should be looking at if we do further studies. Thank you. And with that, we can go to the proposals.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 55, open a registration goat hunt for residents in Unit 13.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department responses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, again, my name is Heidi Hatcher. I'm the Glen Allen Area Wildlife Biologist for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Proposal 55 is a public proposal to create a registration goat hunt for Unit 13A from August 10th to November 15th. There is currently a healthy population of goats mixed with sheep in 13D, and harvest in 13D is managed largely through Draw Hunt DG 720, for which we can issue up to 50 permits, and the season dates are August 10th through November 30th. The natural range of goats does extend north almost to Cantwell, but there are not currently populations of goats in 13A that would allow for sustainable harvest. Goats are seen very near the Glen Highway, and those that cross into 13A would be making natural movements rather than representing an introduced population, but they would become vulnerable to harvest if this proposal is passed. This table describes the number of permits issued and harvest for DG 720. Goats that cross the Glen Highway from 13D into 13A would not be considered an introduced population, and harvest could potentially be detracting from the currently stable 13D population that is managed under DG 720. This could also prevent the expansion of a sustainable population into 13A in the future. Mr. Chair, Proposal 55 is a public proposal to create a registration goat hunt for Unit 13A from August 10th through November 15th. The department is opposed due to conservation concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board questions and comments. I have a question. A testimony on this proposal, I believe, was that the testifier believes that these goats are not colonizing 13A. They're just temporarily there, or they're individuals that have wandered in this. Do you believe that that in the future there would be a viable population in this area?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that there is the potential for, especially with climate change and so forth, we know that ranges are changing. So there is the potential that in 13A in the future, populations could become established. There is a population in 13E further north that it sounds like potentially is starting to reestablish itself around Goat Lake.
Thank you. Board questions, comments? Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heidi, what is the current population or population estimate for goats in 13E?
Member Barrett, through the chair,
Or D.
in 13E,
D, I'm sorry.
they're in 13D. We don't have a population estimate. We do minimum count surveys when we're flying sheep surveys. So we get a minimum count and then issue enough permits based on what we know is out there that we know that we're not going to overharvest.
What is the minimum count?
Where it varies based on, conditions and so forth, but lately it's been 75 to 115-ish.
Seems like your chart has a very high female harvest rate in that area.
Just within the last 2 years, which is why we're looking at lowering the number of goat permits we're issuing, because those last 2 years have been concerning with the number of females harvested.
And one more, has the department ever thought about going to Billy's only?
In this area, we haven't discussed that yet, but certainly if we continue to see this level of female harvest, then I think we will probably start looking at that direction.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, if I could follow up on that question about Billy's only, it's very difficult for many people to distinguish between these, I think. And I'm wondering if it's intentional female harvest or unintentional female harvest. Perhaps the department could comment on that.
Mr. Chairman, I guess from my previous life in a different position, I was the goat biologist on the Kenai, and we've had quite a few conversations over the years about doing just that. And it is very difficult for the average hunter to differentiate between males and female goats. And I've even had some very experienced goat hunters come in, hanging their head with a nanny, and basically said I was absolutely positive that that was a Billy before I shot it, and then when I brought it in. And so the approach we've always taken is that we prefer that we not create criminals out of hunters unintentionally. We do have a process where we encourage hunters to take Billies by making nannies more valuable in the management system, basically doubling. Some hunters that are more responsible feel like they'll pass up a nanny. Other hunters, first goat that gets close enough for them to shoot, they're going to take regardless. And I think we do have some of those hunters, and we do try to factor that into our management system. Thank you.
Thank you, and Jake?
Yeah, I guess just to add to the record a little bit, the department has some really good literature about that, some really good little notebooks. Is it a nanny? Is it a Billy? And I think they do try to do a pretty good job of demonstrating, keeping those nannies out there in the field and what it does to goat populations.
Thank you. Back on the proposal, discussion from the board or intent? Go ahead, James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess in light of that last conversation that we had with the department right there, if indeed these goat populations are moving from 13D into 13 alpha and potentially have the opportunity to colonize in there, creating a registration hunt, may have the unintended consequence of taking females because hunters have a hard time distinguishing between billies and nannies. And so, I don't know, it kind of doesn't sit well with me.
Any additional questions, comments? Oh, go ahead, Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just note for the record that we had one advisory committee supporting the proposal and two that opposed it, as well as a few members of the public. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to what Member Huntington stated, that the one AC that did support it was almost split even, 8-5.
Thank you. Are we ready for the question on this?
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 55. Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Keough.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
And Chairman Burnett.
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 67, change the salvage requirements for sheep taken in Unit 11.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department comments.
Okay, we're going to, through the chair, this is Todd Rinaldi, Regional Management Coordinator. We're going to switch speakers here, so I just need one moment, please. Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Proposal 67 was submitted by a member of the public. It seeks to require sheep meat harvested in Unit 11 to remain on the bone of the front and rear quarters until transferred from the field to the place of processing. This is a public proposal. The department is neutral on the requirement, but does recommend additional action. Unit 11 has a positive C&T finding with an ANS of 60 to 75 sheep. Unit 11 provides Dall sheep hunting opportunities for Alaska residents and non-residents through a general season hunt, in addition to 2 federal subsistence opportunities available to federally qualified subsistence users. A substantial amount of the total sheep harvest in Unit 11 is taken under federal subsistence hunting opportunities, and the vast majority of federal subsistence sheep harvest is subject to the requirements of a state harvest ticket, including state salvage requirements. The area has seen an increase in overall hunting pressure in recent years. A little bit of background here. So enforcement contacts in the Wrangell Mountains in 2019 resulted in concerns regarding sheep salvage in the area. To address the concern, AWT collaborated with Fish and Game to develop a rack card designed to eliminate questions surrounding sheep meat salvage requirements. So this rack card was produced and distributed in the Wrangells by AWT, as well as to hunters that visited the Glen Allen or Palmer Fish and Game offices. And in one case last season, the card was even provided to a spouse of a hunter in the field who contacted the Glen Allen office to clarify sheep salvage requirements after the hunter and his hunting partner had both harvested sheep. This proposal, as I mentioned before, was submitted by a member of the public. It would require the salvage of sheep meat to remain on the bone of the front and the rear quarters in Unit 11, where a significant portion of harvest is for subsistence uses. Meat on the bone salvage requirements are standard for moose and caribou in some parts of the state, and these requirements remove doubt for both the hunter and enforcement in the field. Meat is easier to keep clean, less likely to spoil, and salvaged bones and marrow may further the use of the animal for subsistence purposes. Furthermore, in an area that has experienced increased hunting pressure, if an extra 6 to 8 pounds of bones and marrow is enough to impact the distance traveled or the number of sheep harvested within a hunting party, this proposal could slow harvest without decreasing opportunity. If the additional weight is not enough to impact sheep hunting effort in the field, then on-bone salvage is simply a question of hunter values as determined by the public process. This would be the first area in the state of Alaska to experience a meat-on-the-bone salvage requirement for sheep. Mr. Chair, Proposal 67 was submitted by a member of the public, and as I stated before, it seeks to require sheep meat harvested in Unit 11 to remain on the bone of the front and rear quarters until transferred from the field to the place of processing. This is a public proposal. The department is neutral on this proposal, but does recommend that it be deferred to the statewide meeting and be addressed as a statewide change. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to confirm, there is a proposal for a statewide change? Not. Okay, so.
No, through the chair, we currently don't know of a statewide proposal to address
Okay,
this.
so is there something unique about Unit 11 that would make it such that we should address this differently than the rest of the state?
Yeah, there's some unique qualities. Maybe Heidi can chime in on it too, but it would be beneficial if AWT also provided thoughts on this proposal.
Thank you. Captain DeGraff?
Good morning, Board, through the chair. So yeah, we support, AWT supports proposals in general that assist in enforcement of salvage requirements. Besides the kind of the facts that were already put forward, our big challenge typically is figuring out what meat is in the field. We know proposals like this tend to be unpopular because they're a little harder to do. But what we see in the field is that those who butcher animals have varying degrees of skill, and the way that we see the meat off the bone in the field, it often makes very hard to determine waste. And that leaves us in, excuse me, a tough position when we see that. Do we ignore the suspected waste, which hurts the resource? Or, in sheep country, do we go fly the bowl that the sheep was taken in, looking for a kill site, so then we can go walk in later, which in turn upsets hunters that are in the area. So it's a tough position for us to be in. Currently, I think the way that it's set up, it makes it the hardest for us to enforce salvage requirements. This would certainly make it easier for us to do that. It would be more care for the resource. It would bring a lot more clarity to salvage requirement. It would make it very clear to us, and it should the hunter as well. So we support it because for the reasons that have already been brought forth, and as well as those additional items. Thank you, sir.
So what is the will of the committee in terms of debating this at this time and taking action or moving it to the statewide meeting for discussion? Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could go either way on it, but if we go to a statewide meeting, I'd like to have some statistics on how many people actually debone meat in the field versus sheep hunters that leave their sheep meat on their bone. I'm not really a big fan of making something mandatory if it's just a small percentage of people that are deboning meat, and like the captain had said, it's subjective to the trooper on what's wanton waste and what isn't wanton waste. So I'd like to have some data before I would vote on a statewide issue.
Lynn?
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'd also like to know how many citations have been issued for failure to salvage enough sheep meat. Is there some documentation of it? And again, I don't believe the board has seen this proposal before. This is an individual, evidently has a little bit of experience in Unit 11. I'm not really in support of kicking this down the road to a statewide meeting. I think we could deal with it here.
Thank you. Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. Do we have a higher rate of meat spoilage out of this hunt than other places?
I'd have to ask that either Hatcher or AWT address this question.
Through the chair, I don't have stats on citations, but the hard part is it's hard to determine, kind of goes back to my original statement. It can appear to our trooper in the field and have high suspicion that a person has not salvaged anything, but because we don't have the meat, or excuse me, the bone there, meat on the bone, it just becomes very hard and very gray. And so then we're left with the choice of, okay, that we don't have the time or the resources to go track down the kill site based upon the volume of hunters or contacts for the patrol plan in the area. So that's one factor. Or if we feel like it's egregious and way over, a line per se, then we have to, go gas up the airplane, go find the kill site, go fly the area, stir up the area with airplane or helicopter noise, which then upsets hunters. So we're kind of in this predicament, somewhat having it structured the way that it is. I could get some citation numbers for you, but that would take some time. But I might be able to get that later in the day.
Yeah, thank you for that information. In years past, I really have supported these on especially moose and caribou. I'm a firm believer that this is needed for a lot of reasons. But for sheep, I'm going to need to hear more from my counterparts on this. But I really believe that meat on the bone saves a lot of meat, and the captain just displayed that it would help his job immensely. So I'll listen.
Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I concur with Member Hoffman on the moose and caribou deal, but yet we're talking hundreds of pounds of meat on that. We're not talking that necessarily with the sheep here. And again, even with public safety's comments, they're talking about a perceived problem. They don't have it. They haven't documented that it's an issue. It's more of perception. I'm not real comfortable with trying to create regulation under perception. If they could show us a little more data that there's, a high percentage of sheep hunters are not bringing out the required amount of meat. And with all due respect, when they suspect a violation's taken place, that's kind of part of the job description that they have to go and investigate it. The other thing is when there's sheep hunters in the field, and typically most sheep hunters are not by themselves in the field. And I know that if another sheep hunter sees a guy kill a ram and they go over and check out the kill and see that there's a bunch of meat left, somebody's going to get notified on an inReach or a sat phone or something. So I be honest with you, I just don't see that this is necessary at this time. Thank you.
James?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to address the first question at hand, I'd be opposed to kicking this or deferring it to the statewide meeting for a couple different reasons. It seems like what we've been presented with today is just some isolated, unethical hunters in the field in Unit 11 that aren't already following the salvage requirements that are in the books. It seems like to me that ethical hunters are going to do the right thing, and they're going to read the regulation book already. Adding more regulations to the books, it's certainly not going to deter unethical hunters from wanton waste of meat in the field already. So the only thing this would seek to do is punish the ethical hunters, literally by burdening them with the extra weight on their shoulders to carry the bone out, versus punishing the people who really are the unethical hunters already. Thank you.
Jake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I kind of think, it might affect participation as well, too. If we're putting a requirement for somebody that's going to be perhaps trying to pack a sheep out 20 miles to put another 10 pounds on their back. Like Member Cooney was saying, an ethical hunter has already read the salvage requirements. They're gonna follow through with all those requirements. It's a big burden, and people kind of look at this at face value and say, well, 10 pounds is not much, but 10 pounds is a tremendous amount of weight to have on your back with a long pack.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions? Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll just get on the record here that pretty much had unanimous opposition from ACs, a few members of the public, and even the Wrangell St. Elias Subsistence Resource Commission. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regards to cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 67. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keo?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
And Mr. Hoffman?
No.
The proposal fails by a vote of 2 yeas to 5 nays.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 68, extend the general season for brown bear by bow and arrow only for residents and non-residents within Unit 11.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 68 is a public proposal that seeks to extend the general season for brown bears in Unit 11 by bow and arrow only. The department is neutral on the methods and means of brown bear harvest, as well as the allocative nature of this proposal. The current season for brown bears is August 10th through June 30th, and the proposed season would allow take of brown bears with bow and arrow only from July 1st through August 9th. This table shows the chronology of brown bear harvest annually since 2015. Less than half of the total harvest is taken in June and August of each year. Harvest is not expected to increase substantially with the limited desirability of hide and meat in July and early August, combined with the low success and limited popularity of brown bear archery hunting outside of bear baiting seasons. Furthermore, much of Unit 11 is National Park Service land where hunting is restricted. The further protection of cubs and sows with cubs and sows with cubs protects the population should harvest increase. As a result of these factors, this proposal does not present a conservation concern. The department is neutral on methods, means, and allocation regarding Proposal 68 to extend the general season for brown bear by bow and arrow only. This is a public proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board questions, comments, discussion. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heidi, maybe I missed it. What's the salvage requirement from 1 July to 9 August if it was to pass?
Member Brett, through the chair, I will look that up right now. For brown bear, the salvage requirement is hide and skull. Sorry, I was thinking black bear. It's hide and skull.
Hide and skull. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any additional comments? Jake?
Hey, just to put on the record that there were a lot of, ACs that oppose this.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Heidi, is there, I'm just, boy, the dates there just kind of got me thrown a little bit, July 1 to August 9. Is there a salmon stream somewhere that would be accessible, that would be, bears would be congregated on, or at that time of year? The dates just kind of throw me a little bit here.
Member Keough, through the chair. In Unit 11, there are small salmon streams mostly at the head of the Copper River, but those are not typically areas, they're not really areas of high bear concentrations, and they're not areas that people are focusing on hunting bear. So there's not any particular thought that there's an area where people would be focusing, if that's your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Lynn.
So, in essence, this proposal would make Unit 11 year-round bear season. Based on the time of year they're looking for this season, it's going to be thick, warm, buggy. Oh, I tell you what, you'd have to be pretty hardy to want to participate. But I also don't think that there's a biological concern there either. I just don't think the harvest would be much. In fact, I question how much participation, but I guess I could support this proposal.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll weigh in as well. I'm going to stick to what I've kind of been saying the whole meeting here, that they have plenty of opportunity during the general season And also this time of year, the hide is probably not going to be very good, and I don't, probably I don't know about the meat, but I don't think I would target, if I wanted bear meat, I wouldn't want it in July. They tend to be eating fish and.
Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we have Department of Law weigh in on this?
Through the chair, the Department of Law has no concerns on this. Thank you.
Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, the reason I ask is it says only for residents and non-residents within Unit 11. That's selecting residents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'm sorry, through the chair, yes, the limitation to residents of a certain area would be invalid, so it would apply to everyone. Thank you, and I apologize for missing that.
Yeah, to make it clear, if we were to pass this, it would apply to all residents statewide regardless, but they would be able to hunt only in Unit 11. This is tourism season in Unit 11, not bear season. In my opinion, I don't think I can support this. So,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not inclined to support this, though anecdotally through several of my friends, T-Bay River is a popular place after August 10th that they will go do a little fishing and the bears congregate there. There's usually a pretty good salmon run coming in there. But, hide quality is just at its least amount in my experience, and I have some experience with that. And so I'm not going to support this.
are we ready for the question?
Question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 68. Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Keough.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
Proposal 68 fails, 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 69, increase the bag limit for brown bear in Unit 13.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 69 is a public proposal that seeks to increase the resident and non-resident bag limit for brown bear in Unit 13 from 1 bear every regulatory year to 2 bears every regulatory year. In 1996, the Board of Game directed the department to reduce the brown bear population in Unit 13. Several bear density estimates have been derived from surveys in Unit 13. These surveys cover different timeframes and different portions of Unit 13. The two most consistent surveys that were conducted, which give us a good idea of recent trends in brown bear population, were capture, mark, recapture, or CMR surveys based in 13A. A baseline CMR survey was conducted in the Nelchina Basin in 1998. The study was repeated in 2011 and found that the population was in decline. Line transects conducted in 13A and 13B between the two CMR surveys corroborated the decline that was observed. The capture, mark, recapture survey will be repeated in 2022 to determine the current status of brown bears in the area compared to the previous two surveys. Harvest has remained relatively stable in recent years despite the reduction in population. If anything, harvest has increased slightly over the past 10 years, as the latest 5-year average of 142 is an increase over the previous 5-year average of 133 bears annually. As the population declines, but harvest numbers remain fairly steady, harvest rate is increasing. This suggests that the population is likely declining at more than the 4% annually that was documented between the 1998 and 2011. The survey in 2022 will confirm or deny this assumption, but until we complete that survey, we can assume that continuing to increase brown bear harvest in Unit 13 may not be sustainable over the long term. Furthermore, there are currently no indications that Unit 13 ungulate populations are being substantially negatively impacted by the brown bear predation. On the contrary, moose and caribou abundance in most subunits in Unit 13 are high, and ungulate populations need to be decreased to allow for increased health of the herds and increased ungulate productivity. Mr. Chair, Proposal 69 is a public proposal that seeks to increase the resident and non-resident bag limit for brown bear in Unit 13 from 1 bear every regulatory year to 2 bears every regulatory year. The department is opposed to implementing this proposal for Unit 13 at this time, as ungulate populations are generally high and we believe brown bear populations to be in decline. But additional data will be available following the 2022 Capture Market Capture Brown Bear Survey. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a question for Heidi. Since this is a sealable animal, have you seen a decrease in skull size as harvest has increased in the area?
Member Barrett, through the chair, no, we have not. Skull size has remained fairly stable.
And one follow-up, if I may, what is the male-female ratio of the harvest?
Member Barrett, through the chair, I apologize, I don't have a table with that information. It is roughly 30 to 40%. I could pull up that table to get the more specific number, but about 40% in recent years.
40% female?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for Heidi. So Heidi, do you have it broke down by subunit? Are you seeing any decrease in harvest in certain subunits over others? I mean, I know you said 13D had a lot of baiting going on, so I'm assuming you got a fair amount of brown bears being harvested in 13D, but have you seen any reduction in bears being harvested in like 13A, 13E?
We have looked at it broken down by subunit. 13D and 13E are the highest baited subunits and have the highest harvest of brown bears. But in general, throughout the subunits, the harvest has been pretty stable.
Jane? Okay, Todd.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Table 69-2 in the ACRs details the harvest chronology and the percent females in the harvest from 2010 to 2019. So beginning in regulatory 2010, we were experiencing the level of female harvest was in the high 30s. And since that time, in 2019, it was 46%, but the 5-year average seems to be about 43 or 44%. So in the last 10 years, there has been a slight increase in the total number of females in the harvest.
Thank you. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, a question for Heidi or staff. Listening to other bear management or bear population issues, normally what I've seen in other conversations or other proposals is when the bear population seems to be decreasing, the skull size decreases and you get far more females. This seems to have at least one component that is an exception to the rule, with skull size staying the same.
Ryan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, Member Barrett. So a couple years ago, we convened all of our bear managers in one spot, and we kind of had it out as far as how we manage bear populations around the state, and it's variable, to be sure. I would say, though, the one thing that seems to be pretty suspect and needs a lot more time and analysis, frankly, is that skull size and how that'll change over time. I think largely we do see that if there's a dramatic change in a population, we would see those skull sizes start to decrease and potentially decrease very quickly. You know, the three primary things that we rely on really, if we can get bear surveys, they're very time intensive and expensive to do, but those are great and the best. We have harvest, and then we watch the female proportion of the population. Primarily, we shoot for 60-40, 60% males to 40% females in a population. However, in areas such as the interior, we often take up to 50%, 50-50, and populations seem to be doing pretty well there. So the one metric that I think is a little bit suspect, and one that I'm not sure any of us, maybe even, you know, across bear management, can put a good finger on, is that skull size change and when that would happen and what it ultimately means.
Thank you, Ryan. Additional board questions, comments, intent? Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't intend to support this proposal. Couple of reasons. One is 13 already has pretty much year-round bear season as it is. There's lots and lots of opportunity there. I also believe that sow harvest increasing is kind of a big indicator showing the population is declining. And then I'll just give you a little anecdotal. I travel a bunch of this country, 13E, 13A, 13B, and in the last 6-8 years in particular, and I travel after seasons with snow on the ground, so seeing very, very few tracks of bears. 13E particularly, used to see a lot of bear sign in the month of October. I see next to none now, as well as 13A. So for those various reasons, I'll oppose this proposal.
Thank you. And Jake?
You know, I think I'm going to be in opposition to this proposal too. I know that there's going to be that, bear survey coming out in 2022. I know Aetna Corporation is doing some really cool work up there with their bear study. And I think in upcoming years, we're going to have a lot more information, and it's going to be a decision that we make will be based more on hard facts than anecdotal information. So thanks.
Thank you. Any additional comments? If not,
Question.
question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 69. Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
And Mr. Barrett?
No.
Proposal 69 fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 218 due to the action taken on Proposal 69.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any objection to taking no action on 218?
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 70, open a fall baiting season in Unit 13 for brown bear and black bear.
Second.
Been moved and seconded with department comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 70 was submitted by the Matanuska Valley Advisory Committee and seeks to establish a fall bear baiting season in Unit 13. The current bear baiting season for Unit 13 is April 15th through June 30th, and the proposed additional baiting season would be August 20th through October 15th. As we discussed with the previous proposal, increasing brown bear harvest is contraindicated at this time. Unit 13 moose and caribou populations are doing well. Furthermore, moose and caribou seasons will be open during the proposed baiting season. During this time of the year, the density of hunters in the field in Unit 13 is very high. Having active bear bait stations in the field with a high density of hunters increases the likelihood of negative human-wildlife interactions and poses a potential public safety concern. For Proposal 70, the department is neutral on the methods and means surrounding the bear harvest, but is opposed to the take of additional brown bears in Unit 13 and is concerned about the potential public safety issue that may arise from active bear baiting during moose and caribou season in Unit 13. This proposal was submitted by the Matanuska Valley Advisory Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board comments, questions? Al, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, a question for Heidi or staff. Do we have any data on this potential conflict of public safety with bear baiting and another hunting opportunity going on?
Member Barrett, through the chair, Unit 13, without having a fall bear baiting season, we don't have any data. So if Todd or Gino have areas that have fall bear baiting seasons, they can speak to that, but I doubt those areas are as highly inundated with hunters as Unit 13 in the fall.
Yeah, through the chair, I can respond to that. There aren't any fall baiting seasons in areas where there's high multi-species big game hunting activities and high recreation. There is some tables, again, I apologize, in the associated A&Rs that speak to the number of registered bait sites and the increasing number of registered bait sites over the years in the different units. The units like 13B and 13C were in the single digits back in 2010, and now our 13C has as many as has as many as 25 bait sites in a particular year, and places like 13D can have as many as 145. 13E has had as many as 62 bait sites out there. So the number of bait sites have increased considerably since in the last 10 years during the spring baiting period.
So just to follow up, to give it a bigger picture, dealing with an increase of bear baits, which seems significant, but what's that put bear baits at per square mile in each individual unit?
We could do that analysis if you wanted to stand by for a few moments. We
I
can
think
provide
that'd
that
be kind of
information.
important to see what the spatial ratio is on 69 people baiting in a certain unit.
Okay.
Okay, we can take a minute for you to do that.
It's through the chair. It's probably going to take a few minutes. They're going to have to calculate the areas and do that calculation. So if we can continue the conversation, I don't know.
Well, are there additional board comments on this? Go ahead,
Mr.
Al.
Chairman,
Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, for one, I'm not supporting the brown bear issue or having a bear baiting season for brown bear. We just discussed that pretty thoroughly in the last two proposals, so we'll discuss what black bear, but we'll see what happens.
Captain DeGraff.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My concern would just be an enforcement aspect of having additional hunters in the field doing a separate activity when we're going to be elbows deep into moose patrols throughout the, Matsu and up and down the highway there. So this would add an extra burden on our patrol. I mean, I think it's something that we could tackle if it was passed. If that was the will of the board, we would adapt and overcome, but it would certainly add increased pressure to an already super busy patrol season for us.
I have a question for the Department of Fish and Game, which has to do with the ratio of brown bear versus black bears taken at bait stations, and whether or not there's a conservation concern for black bears.
Through the chair, this is Todd Rinaldi. I can't speak to the specific ratios because I don't have them calculated in front of us, but the black bears still reported to be abundant in units 13, but as we've noted earlier, there's been some anecdotal reports from hunters in the field that they've had a little bit harder time finding black bears, but we believe that the number of black bears in unit 13 is still healthy and not experiencing a decline.
Orville.
I would like to make a motion to remove brown bears from this proposal.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any additional discussion on the amendment? Al?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I totally agree with Member Huntington. We've already established on record that the brown bear population seems to be slightly in decline, so I support Member Huntington's amendment.
Ryan, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing new to anybody here, but just because you don't have brown bears available for harvest at bait sites doesn't mean those brown bears aren't going to come to those bait sites. So potentially you're creating conflict at the site as well as on the ground for other species.
Yes, I think we're aware of that. Go ahead, Jake.
This question maybe is for subsistence. Do we have any information about how many folks are participating in like berry picking during the month of August?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have lots of data on berry picking, but I don't know if we have the numbers of people who are berry picking. But there is a large number of people who like to go out for berries in August throughout the unit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. On the amendment? Question on the amendment? please poll the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that was, just to confirm, that was to remove black bear from the proposal?
No, brown
Remove
bear.
Brown bear.
Right, so it would only apply to black bear baiting
Okay.
during this season.
Okay, on that amendment, Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Keough,
Yes.
Mr. Huntington.
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, now the proposal as amended, so it would be to establish a fall black bear baiting season, not a bear baiting season. Has the department been able to do any calculations yet? Okay,
Excuse me, no, through the chair, I think they're just wrapping them up now. I see that Heidi shut her camera off, but it should only be a moment.
James. Discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just, fill in the time here real quick, just to build the record some more. You do have two ACs that are opposed, two that support this. One of the ACs, the Matsu Valley AC, just looking at their vote, they were, pretty much split 7-6 on this in support of it. And then you had one AC that did not comment.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Al, did you have additional comments? I see your mic is still on. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I still think we're up against kind of what Mr. Scott said, we can have black bear baiting, we're still gonna be pulling brown bears. I still think there's a public safety issue there when you got so many other users in the field, and they all of a sudden, not aware that there's a site there, and they wandering through the bushes, come up on it. And then public safety's comments that it starts to spread them thin, looking into other things also. So, I'm inclined not to support this proposal.
Thank you. Stash?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Member Kehoe, and, this is the biggest subsistence area in the state, and I think we got enough going on, and this definitely could be, I see user conflict, so I won't be supporting this either.
Thank you. Any additional comments, Orville?
Yeah, I agree with Stosh and Lynn. It would be hard to support this proposal. I just took the brown bears out for conservation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Todd.
Thank you. We have Heidi Hatcher back with the results.
Okay, Heidi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's important to remember Unit 13 is a big area. A lot of these bait stations are concentrated along highways such as the Richardson and Parks Highway and associated access points. But if you do divide out the number of bait stations over the number of square miles for the area, we're looking at anywhere from 0.025 bait stations per square mile in 13D to most of these other subunits are about 0.009, 0.008 in 13B and 0.006 in 13A.
Go ahead, Al.
Okay, thank you. So, relative to the size of the subunits and maybe the highway, people limited to not getting very far off the highway, that there's very little bear baiting, compared to the area. But I'll be with the rest of the members, and I won't be supporting that. I just thought I'd bring that up for what safety issues people thought there might be.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments, questions? If there's not, I think we're ready for the question on the proposal.
Question?
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Would you poll the board on the proposal as amended?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 70 as amended. Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Keough.
No.
Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
And Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 220, close moose and wolf hunting within Unit 13A Alpha.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 220 is a public proposal that seeks to close Unit 13A to all moose and wolf hunting for 5 years. Unit 13A has a positive C&D finding and has been determined under intensive management law to be an area where moose are to be managed for high levels of human consumptive use. The abundance objective for 13A is 3,500 to 4,200 moose with a bull to cow ratio of 25 bulls per 100 cows and harvest objectives of 210 to 420 moose. Unit 13 as a whole has an ANS of 300 to 600 moose. There is an active intensive management plan for moose in Unit 13, which includes a wolf control program. 13A is within the wolf control area. This chart shows the wolf removal and estimated spring wolf populations for all of Unit 13. Unit 13A is currently being managed under intensive management law to provide for high levels of human consumptive use. There is a harvestable surplus available for both moose and wolves. Should the board adopt this proposal, it will have to determine if adequate subsistence opportunity is being provided. Mr. Chair, Proposal 220 is a public proposal that seeks to close Unit 13A to all moose and wolf hunting for 5 years. The department is opposed to this proposal as harvestable surplus for both moose and wolves are available under the current management system, which is in accordance with intensive management law. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have a question for our subsistence division, and that is, question, is there an ANS for wolves in this area?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Lisa Olson. There is a positive CNT finding for wolves, whether taken as big game or fur bearer, with an ANS of 8 to 24 animals. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So in order to pass this, we would have to determine that subsistence needs for both moose and caribou could be met in this area, in spite of the fact that there is a harvestable surplus and an ANS. I don't believe it's possible for moose, and I'm not sure about wolves, if there's enough wolves in the local areas. So I think that's an important consideration here. When we have a harvestable surplus, we have a statutory obligation to provide for harvest. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question would be to Cheryl, Department of Law. And I'm only in context reading this proposal that if this proposal would pass, that he'd want check stations for checking for antler size.
Through the chair, member, if the moose season is closed, what antlers would be checked?
Well, he gave two options in his proposal. If it was perhaps only allowing caribou hunters with a check station. Well, my understanding for check stations is it's got to be something that the department is collecting biological samples for, and not just determining legality of the species.
Through the chair, maybe this is a better question for the department on how they operate check stations and the data that they acquire.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we do use check stations in a variety of locations, and we use it both to check the, primarily, moose antlers. That's where you see most of it. But more often than not, it is associated with some biological question that we're trying to answer, and whether that means we're going to take hair, tissue, blood, whatever it might be. But oftentimes we do establish check stations to check antler-restricted moose hunts. I am aware of check stations for caribou as well, but that is predominantly biological sample and keeping a track of the total harvest as close as we can, and then looking at the ratios of the harvest to the male-female ratios. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just build on the record a little more too. Looks like we have 4 advisory committees that are opposed to this proposal, as well as many members of the public. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on this?
Called question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 220. Mr. Keough.
No.
Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
Mr. Hoffman,
No.
Chairman Burnett,
No.
Mr. Fletcher,
No.
and Mr. Huntington.
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 71, lengthen the wolverine hunting season in Unit 13.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department comments?
Mr. Chair, the next three proposals affect wolverine hunting or trapping seasons. Proposal 71 was submitted by the Copper Basin Advisory Committee and seeks to extend the wolverine hunting season in Unit 13 by 28 days or 29 days on a leap year. The department is neutral on this proposal as there is a 1 wolverine bag limit under hunting regulations and ground shooting of wolverine under an extended hunting season is not likely to pose a conservation concern. The current state wolverine seasons are September 1st through January 31st for hunting, November 10th through February 15th for trapping. The federal subsistence wolverine seasons are September 1st through February 28th for hunting and November 10th through February 28th for trapping. The proposed state wolverine season would be September 1st to the last day of February for hunting. This chart demonstrates that hunting of wolverine is limited and an extended season is not likely to pose a conservation concern. The department is neutral on this proposal as there is a 1 wolverine bag limit under hunting regulations and ground shooting of wolverine under an extended hunting season is not likely to pose a conservation concern. The proposal was proposed by the Copper Basin Advisory Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions, comments from the board? I'm not hearing any right now, so I'll fill in a little airspace here. We have 3 proposals here, all of which either seek to extend the trapping or the hunting season to February 28th. And it would be possible to combine and the trapping and hunting season in one proposal if in one action of the board if someone wanted to make that amendment and discuss it that way. This makes it consistent with the federal trapping season. Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make the motion to add wolverine trapping to Proposal 71.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to amend. Go ahead, Al.
Just to speak on that amendment, would we want to add Unit 7 or Proposal 73 also to that?
That's definitely possible. That would, if that was the will of the amender.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, yeah.
Second concurs.
Yeah, so would you explain what that would do?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'm looking at is it would keep consistent the hunting regulation and the trapping regulation statewide, and it would be uniform with the federal side also. And the conservation of wolverine females like to start denning up towards the end of February, definitely into March. So I don't like to see wolverine seasons go much further than February, so I'll be in support of this amendment.
Thank you. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Heidi, I have a question for you. Are you at all concerned that your female harvest is exceeding 50% of your harvest for the last several years and actually looks like the harvest is potentially going up overall on wolverine?
Member Keough, through the chair, we do actually in the next proposal, since this proposal was only about hunting, we only gave you a table about, well, we do have hunted and trapped, but we said there wasn't a conservation concern for increasing the hunting season. We do have some concerns about the trapping potential for increasing the season through February. If it's okay, I can show you a couple more slides on the trapping.
Yeah,
side of
please
things.
do. Let's speak to our amendment.
Fantastic. So the Board again extended the close of wolverine trapping season in Unit 13. Originally, it was January, not that long ago, it was January 31st. And the board extended the close date to February 15th. That became effective in regulatory year 2018. That was in response to an advisory committee proposal to extend to the end of February. February 15th was chosen by the board as a compromise between the extended season and biological concerns. So The season extension beginning in 2018 resulted in 15% of harvest occurring in February for regulatory year 18 through regulatory year 20. Extending the season further into denning may increase harvest of denning females, which are especially vulnerable due to the increased energetic demands of lactation and more localized behavior when caring for kits. Increased harvest of denning females could result in reduced recruitment over time if kits are subsequently orphaned. So while the department is neutral, we do have some biological concerns about increasing the harvest and during the vulnerable time for females in late February.
Additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Heidi, so on your February harvest, do you have that broke down, male, female?
Member Keough, through the chair, we don't have this, I'm looking at the A&R, and we don't have the February harvest broken down male to female, but we could certainly get that quickly if you'd like it.
Okay, I guess I'll just carry on just a little bit here. So, I mean, this has been my concern here, even when they went to the 15th, Unit 13, there's so much of it that's above tree line. Those females go above tree line to den up. They're super susceptible to snow machine harvest, and just because we extended hunting season under a hunting license to the end of February, there's only a bag limit of 1. However, if we extend trapping season, they can still harvest with a firearm under a trapping license, and there is no bag limit. So, and based on their harvest data and stuff, it seems like the harvest rate is going up in 13. I'm not sure what we've got going now is sustainable, much less extending in another 15 days.
Additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess a question for Heidi or staff is, what's the harvest in February on the federal lands?
Member Barrett, through the chair, we don't have a breakdown right now of how much of the harvest is federal versus state harvest. The federal lands available for federal subsistence trapping in Unit 13, though, are fairly limited.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, for building the record, I don't think I can support the amendment with the recent information that we've received. I think there could be a conservation issue if we go past the 15th of February. Like Member Keough said, you know, having a hunting season going to end of February has a bag limit of 1, but underneath a trapping license, you could harvest unlimited. So I would much rather just leave it as a hunting season than getting into trapping.
Thank you. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I mean, Heidi, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it generally thought that on the members of the weasel family, when you're hitting 50% or exceeding 50% females, that you're working on a decline, you're declining the population basically at that time?
Member Keough, through the chair, that's my understanding. Joelle is trying to pull up that February information for you real quickly. If we get it while you guys are still deliberating, we'll let you know. But correct, that is my understanding.
Additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, I don't even think I'd support the amendment after hearing that new data. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Well, we could vote on the amendment?
Call the question.
On the amendment.
And the amendment I have is that the board would be adding the trapping, Wolverine trapping to Proposal 71. Both seasons close the end of February. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cooney, on the amendment.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Keough.
No.
And Mr. Barrett. The amendment fails 0 to 7.
Okay, the original proposal is before us. Lynn,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to amend Proposal 71 for Wolverine hunting season dates, September 1 to February 15.
Second.
been moved and seconded. Any additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Lynn.
So just to talk on that, it basically bring the hunting season in line with the trapping season. So it does provide additional opportunity for hunting without going too far into the denning season, which would make those denning females way more susceptible. Thank you.
Any additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can support this amendment. Having a hunting season going past the trapper season, could potentially affect trappers with extra hunters in the field using their trail systems and whatnot. So I'm in support of uniforming it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? If not, call the question on the
Call the question.
amendment.
On the amendment to set the Wolverine hunting season September 1 through February 15th. Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Mr. Keo,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal.
Let's-
No, we need a full proposal before us. We haven't voted
That
on,
was the
that was on the amendment. Okay. So the full proposal's before us. We've had a fairly robust discussion. Is there anything else, any further discussion on the proposal?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Would you poll the board?
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Final action on Proposal 71 as amended. Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Keo,
Yes.
Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
and Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended, 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 72 and 73 due to the action on Proposal 71.
Second.
By unanimous consent, we'll take no action on proposals 72 and 73. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal.
Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. So on the previous proposal, we had an amendment to add those proposals, and then we voted that amendment down. So should we take those up? Or procedurally, it was just a question.
If someone on the board felt it necessary, but we had a robust discussion on extending the trapping season past
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
February 15th, so I believe we have covered the issue. So unless there's objection, we'll take no action on those. Hearing none, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 221, align otter and beaver trapping seasons in Unit 13.
Second.
Moved and seconded, department?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 221 is a public proposal to extend otter trapping season by 106 days to align with beaver trapping season. The current otter trapping season runs from November 10th through March 31st, while the proposed season would run from September 25th to May 31st. Otter season is currently aligned between all Region 4 units, and there's no other place in the state where otter season runs as late as May 31st. Extending the season through May 31st may affect both the breeding season and the recruitment during pupping season. Extended seasons may be sustainable for prolific herbivores such as beavers, but are not as appropriate for lower density carnivores such as river otters. Incidental catch of other species should also be considered. This table demonstrates the numbers of otters and beavers harvested in Unit 13. Mr. Chair, Proposal 221 is a public proposal to extend otter trapping season by 106 days to align with beaver trapping season. The department is opposed to this proposal as extended season dates are more applicable to prolific herbivores such as beavers than they are to lower density carnivores such as river otters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board comments and discussion. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be opposed to this. I think it's very important not to harass animals during denning or pupping season, and there'll be a conservation concern with extending this season, and it would take out of alignment with the rest of the unit, so I'll be in opposition to this.
Okay, go ahead. Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll build on the record a little bit. Now, we had 3 advisory committees opposed to this, as well as members of the public. And I'll also be opposed to it. I think the department is correct in their assessment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any additional comments on this? I intend to oppose it also. I think the department had a good explanation of why it's not wise to do this at this time. George.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just point out in PC 123, OSM's position is to support this proposal. This proposal would allow additional opportunity for federal subsistence users to harvest otter in 13B. It would also align state beaver and otter seasons to reduce numbers of incidental catches of out of season river otter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. No additional questions, comments?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 221. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
And Mr. Hoffman?
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break and be back around 10 o'clock. Thank you.
2019, 2020 was quite a jump in moose hunters. Were they potentially using airboats?
Member Barrett, through the chair, potentially they were. I did look at, maybe in the ARNR, I did look at the number of folks who were reporting hunting by boat. And now there is the option to report whether you hunt by boat versus airboat. And it did not seem to be a substantial number of airboaters.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the past, the board's seen stuff like this. Somebody's got their area they're hunting moose in, and now somebody's figured out another way to access it with a different methods or different means. And so now they want to outlaw that means to protect their access. I mean, I guess they're trying to, one motorized access versus another motorized access. So I can't really, I don't find myself supporting this proposal. If there's an issue with too much access or too much habitat loss or whatever, you know, if we want to restrict all motorized access, then okay, but to pick one means of it, I don't find myself in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional board comments, concerns? I would note that I think the swans are gone at this time of year. I don't know that there's anything else that's being disturbed by airboats more than other types of hunting. Airboats are noisy, I think we all know that, but they're not run 100% of the time when you're out there. You use them to get there and get back. So just some things to think about. Any discussion on this proposal?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Would you poll the board, Christie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 75. Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Keough.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
And Mr. Cooney.
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 222, align the ptarmigan hunting season for all of Unit 13 and reduce the bag limit to 5 per day.
Second.
Been moved in second. Department comments.
Thank you, Chairman Burnett, members of the board. This morning, we have Cameron Carroll on the line. She'll be addressing 222 and also 76, and she is setting herself up. Currently, she's a small game biologist based out of Fairbanks. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you and we can see your display.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, again, my name is Cameron Carroll. And like Todd introduced me, I am with the Small Game Program here based in Fairbanks. A copy of this presentation is available under RC4 tab 5.2. Proposal 222 seeks to extend the ptarmigan season dates back to March 31st for some of the subunits in Game Management Unit 13 and reduce the daily bag limit from 10 to 5 per day. The department is opposed to this proposal, and it was a public proposal. Some background on Proposal 222. Prior to Board of Game regulation change in 2018, season closure dates for GMUs 13B and 13E were November 30th and March 31st, respectively. In February of 2018, the Board of Game voted to change the season end dates for both units 13B and 13E to February 15th. The Board of Game action in 2018 was in response to a small game staff report that showed late season harvest in all of Unit 13 was high at greater than 45% of the total harvest, and that this late season harvest was largely additive harvest, resulting in reduced spring breeding densities of ptarmigan in heavily hunted areas. In addition, the Board of Game decision took into consideration two public proposals that were requesting to, one, lengthen the 13B season to March 31st, And 2, align season dates between 13B and 13E to January 31st. In 2019, the Federal Subsistence Board adopted similar regulations on federal lands in Unit 13 based on public concern. The small game program supports a statewide wing collection program from which we are able to estimate harvest composition for a number of hunted populations. Hunter contributions in Unit 13 are generally very strong throughout the season. Historically, the harvest in Unit 13 is largely bimodal, with the majority of the harvest taking place during the late winter portion of the season. This increase in late winter harvest generally begins around mid-February when day length is increasing and snow conditions are good. And the bulk of these hunters are using snow machines. Data from Ptarmigan research in Unit 13 indicate that natural mortality is low during December through March. Therefore, late season harvest is largely additive mortality, which directly influences the number of breeding ptarmigan in the spring. This proposal seeks to reduce the bag limit while increasing season dates. According to data from our statewide hunter harvest surveys conducted in 2012 and 2014, very few hunters harvest their daily bag limit, with the most successful group, those using snow machines, harvesting an average of 2 ptarmigan per hunt. Reducing the daily bag limit from 10 to 5 per day is unlikely to have an impact on ptarmigan numbers in Unit 13. There are 3 years of survey data following regulation change in February of 2018, shown here in this table in this red box. You can see that in Unit 13B, the season dates were extended from November 30th to February 15th. The abundance estimate declined from 2018 to 2019 and has remained lower than the 2018 estimate for the last few years, which makes sense given a longer season and more harvest opportunity. And in Unit 13E, where the season dates were shortened from March 31st to February 15th, the abundance estimate increased from 2018 to 2019, which again makes sense. However, the low abundance estimates from 2020 and 21 were not expected and are of some concern since the estimates are below our long-term average. In addition, brood survey data from the last 2 years suggests low to very low chick survival for willow ptarmigan in Unit 13E. Of further concern for Unit 13E ptarmigan is the icing event that took place in December 2021 that extended into known winter habitat for that population of ptarmigan. In very general terms, ptarmigan management in Alaska comes down to this continuum. Shorter seasons will likely result in more harvest opportunity, while longer seasons mean more opportunities to get out and hunt, but likely fewer birds harvested. This is because the longer seasons mean fewer ptarmigan reach the breeding season each year. Thus, fewer ptarmigan are available the following hunting season. Proposal 222 wishes to extend the ptarmigan season dates to March 31st, reduce the daily bag limit from 10 to 5 per day, and all of Game Management Unit 13. This is a public proposal and the department is opposed. And I'd just like to add that 3 advisory committees were opposed to this proposal: the Copper Basin, the Anchorage, and the Mat-Su advisory committees.
Thank you. Board comments, questions, discussion. Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Cameron. Good to see you in your office. Do you have a reason why we got such low chick survival?
Through the chair, Member Brett, thanks for the question. Yeah, I think at this time we are not entirely sure because we aren't conducting current research in that area. However, there has been a fair amount of, I know at least in the interior, which extended, I believe, down to the Alaska range. We had a pretty wet summer. And if you have wet conditions during early chick brood rearing, the likelihood of survival is generally low. And that will affect fall numbers of birds.
And you could correspond that with the grouse?
right, we would expect that would influence all grouse and ptarmigan species that are experiencing similar conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Any additional questions, comments? Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't find myself inclined to support this proposal, but in the areas that I travel in 13 and stuff, I've noticed a marked reduction in birds from what I used to see. The only question I have is potentially your low numbers in 19, could that have also been associated with the uptick in the lynx cycle?
Through the chair, Member Keough, thanks for the question. I'm just going to get back to that slide so everyone can see it. And you're talking about Unit 13E. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's a general question, but
Well, I just know from personal experience in 13E, the last 3 years, 4 years, there's definitely been an uptick in lynx in that country from what we had. And I've noticed a reduction in grouse accordingly.
yeah, through the chair, Member Keough, thanks again for clarifying. So we have data where, as far as the lynx numbers, we certainly know that, snowshoe hare cycles are tied to lynx numbers. And it looks like there's also a connection with grouse numbers where grouse, and particularly grouse, but also ptarmigan numbers may decline at least 1 year before the snowshoe hare population starts to decline. And that likely is related to an increase in predators, not only lynx, but other generalist predators. But that certainly there could be a link there too.
Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting this. Not too long ago, the Board of Game took action on this due to conservation concerns, and I don't see that they've improved yet, so I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the board?
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 222. Mr. Keough.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
And Mr. Barrett.
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 76, extend the ptarmigan season and lower the bag limit in Unit 13B Bravo and 13E Echo.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this proposal is very similar to Proposal 222. My slides are virtually identical, and I guess I would like direction from you, Mr. Chair, on whether or not you want to hear those slides.
At this time, given the similarity between them, I think I would ask for a motion to take no action on this proposal.
Mr. Chairman, I make the motion that we take no action on this due to the action that we took on the prior proposal.
Second.
Thank you, and with unanimous consent, we'll take no action on this.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 77, open a youth-only hunt for ptarmigan in Unit 13, August 10 to 24.
Second.
Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 77 seeks to create a youth ptarmigan hunt in Unit 13B. This is a public proposal, and the department is neutral on this proposal.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to continue?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. This proposal seeks to establish a youth hunt only for those 16 years of age or younger to pursue ptarmigan in Unit 13B starting August 10th, and change the start date for the hunt for hunters over the age of 16 to August 25th. The season dates for hunters under the age of 16 would be August 10th through February 15th, and for hunters over the age of 16, season dates would be August 25th to February 15th. Currently, season dates for all hunters is August 10th through February 15th in Unit 13B. According to wing donations, August is the most popular month for hunting ptarmigan in Unit 13B. 50 to 50% of all wings donated to the small game program from Unit 13B are harvested during August, with the majority of those harvested prior to August 25th. If passed, youth hunters under the age of 16 would have 15 additional days of hunting opportunity in Unit 13B compared with hunters over the age of 16. Excluding the youth hunt on the Mendenhall Wetlands State Game Refuge for waterfowl, there are currently 2 youth hunts specific to small game in the state. Those are the Hatcher Pass Youth Hunt in Unit 14A and the Skilak Lake Youth Hunt in Unit 15A. Currently, regulations in those 2 hunts require that participant hunters must be 17 years old or younger and have successfully completed a certified basic hunter education course or be accompanied by an adult 21 years of age or older that possess a current hunting license and have successfully completed a certified basic hunter ed course. In addition, for the Hatcher Pass Youth Hunt in Unit 14A, participants are also required to wear an orange vest or coat while hunting. The orange requirement for the Hatcher Pass Youth Hunt in Unit 14A is based on Board of Game findings and is therefore not in the codified regulation. Proposal 77 seeks to create a youth hunt for ptarmigan in Unit 13B. It's a public proposal and the department is neutral. And it looks like Copper Basin AC was opposed to this proposal, but Anchorage and Matsu took no action. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion questions. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's kind of funny that the proposer, which is kind of funny they said this, but anyways, they gave actually a better rationale why to oppose this when they posted the ptarmigan hatch late in 13B. Young birds are too small to eat, equal lots of waste in early birds. So I question why we'd want to have youth hunts targeting birds that they think are going to go to waste. So I'm not really inclined to support this.
Additional comments? Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question's for Department of Law. Since we had a discussion about a 60-year-old requirement, the statute in this instance gives a range of age, what the definition of a child is. Are we on safe ground if this was to be adopted, that it would be lawful or in compliance with child?
Through the chair, Member Brett, yeah, that's a good question. You do have the statutory authority in AS 1605-255 to establish youth hunts. So this would be allowed.
But okay, so we could use the range because it's from 8 to 6 or under 17 years old.
Yes, that would be allowable.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, any additional comments? We just heard under the previous proposals about the population of ptarmigans not being within the range where they want them to be, I believe. And so adding additional opportunity may be a problem from that standpoint. The question is there, how much hunter pressure is there? Is there a need, a social need for a youth hunt in this case? And go ahead, Gino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I was going to put in here is if the board was inclined to support this proposal, that they might want to amend the proposal to recognize the existing or mirror existing seasons for youth hunts. Currently, as proposed, this proposal prohibits 16-year-olds from hunting ptarmigan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments? If someone wanted to make that amendment, if they're in support of the proposal, that would be appropriate at this time, but if not, go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add a little more to the record, from public testimony early in the meeting, I've heard several people comment to that the ptarmigan is a starter. It's tend to be a youth hunt anyway for most people. I haven't heard anyone opposing this or supporting it. So I'm not inclined to support this at this time.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? If not,
Call the question.
question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 77. Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No?
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
Mr. Barrett.
No.
And Mr. Keo.
No.
Proposal 77 fails 0-7.
And at this point, we're ready to move on to Palmer proposals, but before we do, two things. One, Gino has an answer to a question that was given early, or asked earlier in the meeting that he would like to give before we get anywhere else, and then we're going to take a little break and give them time to get the Palmer stuff going on, and for any public members who might want to be in the audience to be here. So we'll take another short break after Gino's done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to Member Hoffman's question about the prevalence or presence of coyotes on the Mulchatna Caribou Herd Range, I did send the questions to our research staff that gave you a presentation earlier in the meeting. You know, I asked about the difference between whether or not they could recognize the difference between coyote and wolf predation on the animals that they investigated, and whether or not they saw much for coyotes in their field work. Nick Demma responded to me, and he said basically they do sometimes see coyotes in the field. Most of the coyote that they do see are south of Koliganek. It doesn't mean that they don't exist elsewhere, but that was just where they were seeing a few animals there. They said it's possible that they might have misidentified the occasional predation as wolves versus coyotes. He said, but most of the situations there was enough evidence at the scene of the kill that was clearly wolf predation. So he was pretty confident that, you know, when it was identified as a canid predation, that it was mostly wolves. And, you know, but because they do look so similar, that it's possible that they might have misidentified one or two, but he wasn't too concerned that it was going to be too much. Thank you.
Thank you. And based on discussions and trends in apparent trends in coyote populations, is the department going to take a harder look at the issue prior to the next cycle?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In our continuing research, we will keep coyotes in our thoughts while we're out there. And should we come up with substantial or significant coyote predation, we'll be back in front of this board with an amendment to our intensive management plan.
Does that answer your question, Sash?
Yeah, thank you. I thank the department for that information.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take a break prior to going to the Palmer area proposals. Thank you. Order at 10:49 a.m. and we're going to go with the Palmer Area Management Report. Palmer Area Overview. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Burnett, members of the board. This morning we have Palmer Area Biologist Tim Peltier on the line. He'll be presenting the Palmer Area Overview. And with Tim this morning, we have Chris Brockman, who is the Assistant Area Biologist for Palmer, but is also the Acting Area Biologist for Dillingham, as you know. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Chris Brockman. I'm the Assistant Manager for Palmer, and I'll be presenting the overview this morning. A copy of this presentation can be found at RC4 tab 6.1. So the Palmer area staff is, as Todd said, Tim Peltier is the area manager, and I am the assistant. In addition to Tim and myself, we get an enormous amount of support and help from Lee Honig, who is our Info Center Supervisor, Garrett Van Diest, who is our Regional WB1, and our technicians, Keely Wall, Dayton Rosenberg, and Bailey Korkowski. The Palmer area is a high volume office, and the issues impacting the Palmer office grow every year. Currently, our population is about 108,000 people in the Mat-Su, and that is projected to increase to 130,000 by 2027. Every year, we seal about 400 bears, including bears from many other units across the state, over 140 sheep, several goats, as well as numerous fur bears from around the state. We also collect jaws from 14A antlerless moose and roadkills for aging and population modeling. We have and will continue to have habitat evaluation studies such as browse surveys and have been developing prescribed burn plans for the past several years. We conduct annual surveys of moose, sheep, goats, and caribou. In addition, we are involved in moose collision mitigation issues, orphan moose calf issues, many nuisance moose complaints, as well as some nuisance bear issues. And we have various other planning activities that are pretty standard for offices in large, somewhat urban settings. The game management units covered by the Palmer office include 14A and 14B, which encompass the Knik River drainage, the Madanuska River drainage from Chickaloon west, and the Susitna River drainage south and east of Talkeetna. This area is about 4,700 square miles. We also manage all of Unit 16, which is broken into 16A and B. This covers from the Susitna River west to the divide of the Alaska Range, and from Denali National Park in the north to Lake Clark National Park in the south. For the purposes of conducting moose surveys and for our intensive management program, we have Unit 16B subdivided into north, middle, and south. The total area of Unit 16 is approximately 12,200 square miles. Moose is our most intensively studied and utilized species in this area. In Unit 14A, which was last surveyed last fall, the population was estimated at 7,100 animals, and the population objective is 6,000 to 6,500. 14B was surveyed this past fall, and the population was estimated at 2,463, and the population objective is 2,500 to 2,800. In Unit 16A, we last completed a survey in 2020. In 2019, that population was estimated at 4,190, which was above the upper end of the objective. And in 2020, the estimate was 3,666, which is within our objective of 3,500 to 4,000. Unit 16B was estimated at approximately 10,000 moose in the fall of 2019. We were able to conduct a survey in 16B middle in 2020, and that portion of the population had decreased by approximately 30% between the 2019 and 2020 surveys. The current objective for all of Unit 16B is 6,500 to 7,500. Moose vehicle collisions and train collisions are typically related to the amount of snow and the amount of daylight, and are a large issue in our road system areas and along the rail belt. Heavy snow years typically result in higher moose vehicle collisions. Sheep are another important species for the Palmer office. The Unit 14A Chugach sheep harvest, which is managed under a drawing permit, has averaged 17 over the last 10-year period. Our most recent Chugach survey indicated that we have about 642 sheep in the 14A portion of the Chugach. This is 200 sheep below what we counted in 2017, but is about average for the last 10 years. Lamb numbers were noticeably low in 2020, and that was likely due to tough spring conditions from that severe winter of 2019-2020. Recently, we reduced permit levels from 75 permits to 53 permits in that portion of the hunt. And the reduction was primarily due to a lack of full curl sheep seen in the Carpenter Creek hunt area during our surveys. We also have sheep in the 14A and B Talkeetna portion and the Unit 16 Alaska range. The Unit 16 does not get surveyed very often due to funding and time constraints, but that population has been considered to be at low density for the last 10 years. The 14A and B appears to be fairly stable, and the average harvest there is about 12 rams. We have mountain goats in the Talkeetnas in Unit 14A and B. Although that population is considered to be less than 50, we do occasionally see them while surveying sheep. The Chugach population had our highest count ever in 2020 with approximately 300 goats observed. We have a drawing and registration hunt in the Chugach portion, 14A, where we allow hunting. And our goat points, which is how we manage that population, has averaged 11 over the previous 5 years, but that goat points that we use to manage the population has increased recently up to 15 goat points based on our increasing numbers in the survey. We've been trying different combinations of the drawing and registration permits to try and achieve our harvest objectives. We currently issue all 50 of our allocated drawing permits, and some years we have a cleanup registration hunt, and some years we do not because the quota is met or close to met. Limiting the number of permits issued, which we do for our registration hunt, routinely causes problems and complaints from the public with how that hunt is administered. We have 2 caribou populations that we manage out of the Palmer office. The Unit 16B Rainy Pass herd, which is a general season 1 bull caribou limit, and the Unit 14B Western Talkeetna population, which is managed under a drawing hunt DC 590. In 2018, we achieved our peak harvest of caribou in the Talkeetna Mountains with 122 caribou harvested. 103 of those were bulls and 19 cows. In 2019, the harvest was back down to approximately 52 caribou, which comes very close to the 10-year average of about 49 caribou harvested in that hunt. Black bear are widely distributed and abundant in our area. In Unit 14A, in fact, in all of the units, the limit is 3 bears per year, no closed season. The only exception to that is a small portion of 16B within 1 mile of the mouth of Wolverine Creek, has shorter season dates, September 15 to May 31. Spring bear baiting is allowed in all of our units, and fall bear baiting is allowed in Unit 16. We have not completed bear surveys in Unit 14A or B. We do get some nuisance bear complaints in your communities. Unit 16, the population was estimated at 3,600 to 4,300. That estimate I believe comes from 2007, so it's quite a bit out of date. Harvest opportunity was increased for bears in 16 back in 2006. And the portion of 16A of that 3,600 to 4,300, we estimated that about 500 of those were in 16A. Brown bears season and bag limits are slightly different in each of our units and subunits. The 14A is a 1 bear bag limit with a season of September 1 to May 31. 14B is a 1 bear per year with a season of August 10 to May 31. 16A is 1 bear every year with no closed season. And 16B is 2 bears per year with a season of August 10 to June 15. And then a further restriction within 1 mile of Wolverine Creek. The season there is September 15 to May 31. We do not have any population information for unit 14A or B. However, harvest appears to be stable and relatively good. In unit 16A, we estimate that there's about 120 brown bears. And in unit 16B, the estimate is 625 to 1,250. And that estimate is based on survey work that was conducted in 2007. In unit 16B, harvest opportunity for brown bear increased in 2005. This was due to concerns about predation on moose and an active control program at the time. There are a few nuisance complaints near communities, but not many issues with brown bears. In unit 14A, wolf harvest for the past 5 years has averaged 4 per year. In 14B, the average is 3. In 16A, the average has been 2. And in 16A, the average has been 2. And in 16B, the average has been 7. And that does include some that were removed with our predator control program. The unit 14 cumulative reported wolf harvest for A and B is 39 wolves over the last 5 years. There is some harvest that occurs in the August-September period, which is typically in conjunction with people hunting moose. And then as the trapping season progresses and travel gets better, most wolves are harvested in January and February under the trapping season. Unit 16, we see a little bit larger harvest proportionally in the fall from people who are probably out hunting moose. And then throughout the trapping season, the harvest is relatively stable. This table indicates the presence of fur bears as indicated from our statewide trapper questionnaire. Most species appear to be relatively common. Marten have been listed as scarce in recent years, as well as mink and muskrat. Lynx are a cyclical animal, and it appears that we're likely past the peak of the cycle, but we are still getting relatively high reports of lynx being seen and caught by trappers, and sealing this year appears to be fairly good for lynx, although it's still early in the season. At this time, I was going to go into discussing our intensive management plan for moose in Unit 16, as we typically give an update to this. The predation control program in Unit 16 ended in July of this year, and there is currently no proposal to reapply it again. The program was suspended since January of 2017 due to meeting the objectives for moose and the ineffectiveness of the bear control program. This information is included to give you some background on the program. This is a map of the current predator control area in Unit 16. It includes a majority of Unit 16B and the western portion of Unit 16A. Unit 16B contains portions of Denali National Park on the north and Lake Clark National Park on the south. These areas are off limits for predator control activities and also provide some refugia for bears and wolves that move in and out of the unit. It should be noted that the portions displayed on the map are just small portions of the larger park units. The red portions of the map include both preserve and hard park lands, and those lands are closed to, some of those lands are closed to all hunting, and some are open only to rural residents. The intensive management objectives for Unit 16B, the population was estimated at 175 to 180 wolves at the beginning of the program, and the program was suspended when we had achieved a removal to where there were approximately 35 wolves remaining in 16B. Last spring, we conducted a wolf survey in Unit 16, and we got a minimum count in Unit 16B of approximately 67 wolves, with an overall estimate of about 106 to 111 in all of Unit 16. We are currently trying to deploy wolf collars in Unit 16 to attain a population estimate using territorial mark recapture techniques. This graph shows the reported wolf take from 2000 to 2019. Wolf control started in 2004 with land and shoot and expanded to aerial take in 2005. The predator control area was expanded for the 2006-2007 season to allow for the take of wolves that prey on 16B moose that spend time in 16A, or wolves that spend time in both units. Harvest peaked in Unit 16 in 2004 at 128 wolves harvested and has since fallen below the 20 wolves harvested last year. The black bear population goal was to reduce the population to 700 bears. The population in 16B had been estimated at 3,200 to 3,800. Although the department has not been able to conduct another population estimate since 2007, the population has declined. We do not know if the population has declined. We do not believe the population was reduced anywhere close to the intensive management objectives, and we do intend to reevaluate the population. In 2006, effective September 1, black bear bait stations were established in predator control areas, and they were allowed to be accessed during open bear baiting seasons. Black bears were able to be taken at those bait stations the same day a person had flown in an airplane, as long as the hunter was 300 feet from the airplane. In 2007, control permits were required to participate in the program. In 2009, snaring was added to the program, and in 2016, the program was suspended. The percent female in the harvest did increase slightly as harvest was liberalized and the control program was implemented. However, the female harvest portion never got very high and never exceeded the objectives of normal harvest, and it has since returned to pre-control levels. Brown bear were added to the predation control program in 2011. The goal was to reduce the brown bear population in a small portion of the unit by about 60%. The total estimate for 16, based on a 2007 survey, was 625 to 1,250 bears. The brown bear control program was suspended in 2016 at the same time as the black bear control program. Brown bears were only included in control in a 960 square mile area between the Beluga and MacArthur River drainages. And in this area, brown bears were allowed to be taken over bait and by foot snare, and there was no limit on brown bear if they had a control permit. Brown bear harvest did increase during the control program, but it then shortly after the first 3 years or so, the harvest of brown bears did decrease back to pre-control levels. The peak harvest was 148 bears during the first season of the predator control, and it has since declined back to the average of about 109. The percent female in the harvest increased only slightly during the implementation of the control program, and that percent female has since declined back down to about 30%. The moose population status of Unit 16 had a total population objective of 6,500 to 7,500. The current estimate is about 8,485 moose, plus or minus 1,200. However, we have not gotten a survey in 16B North or 16B South since the severe winter of 2019-2020. The calf per 100 cow ratio, based on the last survey, was 16 calves per 100 cows, and the bull to cow ratio was 34 bulls per 100 cows. Our harvest objective for Unit 16B is 310 to 600 moose, and the 2020 harvest did meet that objective with 413 moose being harvested. This table indicates the separation into 16B North, Middle, and South, which are our survey units. In 2019, 16B North was at 1,671, which is approximately 85% of the objective for that portion of the unit. 16B Middle was recently estimated in 2020 at 3,740, which is 111% of the objective for that unit. And 16B South was last surveyed in 2018, and it was estimated at 3,074 moose, which is about 183% of the goal in that unit. And again, this intensive management plan expired July 1 of 2021. That's the end of our overview. I'd happily take any questions.
Thank you. And Todd, you can follow up.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. There is a proposal on the docket to reauthorize the IM plan for Unit 16. However, as Chris stated, there aren't any immediate plans to open up any form of predation control. Thanks.
Thank you. And is this the same presentation we would see in conjunction to that proposal? Or is there a different presentation?
It's pretty similar. There's no changes to the plan. It's just a reauthorization. As Chris pointed out, it did expire, and the department would like to keep this tool on the books.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Chris or Todd? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, Unit 16B Bears, you had an estimate population of 10,000 and it dropped down to 7,000 for recent estimates. Is there some sort of issue out there?
Member Brett, to the chair, I think you're speaking about the moose population estimate that declined from 10,000 to 7,000. Is that correct?
I thought we were on bears when I was writing it down. I could be mistaken though.
Yeah, that declined from 10,000 to it was about a 30% decline in 16B Middle for moose. The bear numbers were never at 10,000. The brown bear estimate was, I believe, 625 to 1,250. And the black bear estimate was 3,200 to 3,800. There's the brown bear estimate, and there's our black bear estimate. We've not conducted a recent bear survey out there, and we don't have any reason to believe that the population has declined since the 2000 estimate. It's possible that things declined slightly during the control program, but we have not gotten a recent survey for bears out in that unit.
Okay, thank you, Chris. So, yeah, going to 16B moose, which is obviously where my number should have been. Is that 16 calves per cow low?
Yes, that is lower than what we would like to see for sure.
And do we have a reason why the survival rate's not very high in there?
Well, we do have a pretty good amount of calf mortality that in the past has been attributed to bear predation. Numbers were looking really good until about 2 years ago when we had a noticeable decline in the population due to a severe winter. And it seems like after that decline, we've not gotten as high of calf survival as what we would like to see. Tim may have a little bit more information on that, but I believe that summarizes it pretty well.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, Tim, do you have something to add?
Mr. Chair, the overall, I believe it's 16. Again, we split up those areas into 3 smaller areas to do our surveys, so that's an aggregate number. When we get in, there will be a proposal to reauthorize the 16 IM program. When we get into that proposal, I can speak a lot more to calf survival and twinning rates and things like that. It's our presentation will be expanded somewhat from our overview here.
Okay, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, a question, how high is your confidence level on your actual numbers in 16B North, since your last deal was 19, had another pretty significant winter last year on them, and then especially on your 16B South, since your numbers are from 18, I mean, anecdotally talking to some people from the area that live over there, they're talking some major reductions in moose populations. First year in the north, and then last winter the south took a pretty good hit on it. So, what is your confidence level on these numbers being remotely accurate, I guess?
Member Keogh.
Chair.
Oh.
Go ahead, Chris.
All right, so Member Keogh through the chair, we were able to conduct a survey there in the middle portion of the unit after the 2019-2020 winter, and we measured about a 30% reduction in the moose population in that portion of the unit. We were also out in that area conducting browse surveys in the in March of 2020 when the snow was deep, and we had on average about 8 foot of snow on the ground in the middle portion. And in the north, there were places where we measured snow depths of up to 12 feet. So it is definitely possible that the population in the north declined by more than 30%. And I would suspect that it declined by at least that much. In the south, we only had snow depths of about 4 feet while we were conducting our browse survey. And so that was not quite as severe, and the moose did not appear to be in as poor of condition or as limited in where they could travel in the southern portion of the unit. I hope that answers your question. We've been trying to get out to do a more recent survey, but this November we did not get conditions to conduct that survey.
Thank you for those answers. So, I mean, I guess from anecdotally, the information that people were relaying to me goes pretty much right in line with what you just said. However, on the south end, the winter of 2021 is what a lot of guys commented, especially guys that hunted it this last fall, said, holy goodness, they just lost, they had a hard time even finding moose over there, whereas it was the previous fall, they were fairly abundant still. So I guess I was just wondering if you guys had any thoughts on that, or if you had any reports similar to that.
Through the chair, we have had some reports. It's a little hard to judge what's going on based on reports. And when I say that, we've conducted surveys and had the population, all of our populations, well over objective. And some reports are always that hunting was terrible and they couldn't find a moose. So we have to weigh those with a little bit of background. It definitely does appear that in this last year, the reports were predominantly that the moose numbers had declined drastically. And in addition to the number of reports, the people who were making the reports were often very experienced guides or transporters who knew the area pretty well. So I do believe there was some reductions. The severity of those reductions, we really need to get a survey before we have a great idea of if it's below objective or not.
Great, thank you.
Additional questions on the overviews? Hearing none, I think we could start with the Palmer area proposals.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, before we start, is
Go
there
ahead.
is there a tab from the department for Palmer area proposals?
Yeah, I'm not seeing them on the list of meeting materials online. What's that?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I usually follow on online meeting information, and I don't see the Palmer area proposals.
The proposals themselves?
Yes.
Yes,
They are, just scroll up a little bit, further up on the page.
They should be RC4 tab 6.2.
Yeah, and I don't see a tab
Thank you.
6.2 online. Right, and, yeah, so
Right.
could we take just a short break and see if we could resolve that question? Thanks. I'm going to call the meeting back to order at 11:30. Just for the record, the Palmer area proposal department comments, presentations were not online yet, and so tab 6.2 under the meeting information is now the Palmer area proposal. If you were looking at it online, you need to refresh your browser and you'll find that they're there. Okay, go ahead, Stosh.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 78, extend the caribou season in Unit 16B, Bravo.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Tim Peltier. I'm the Palmer area biologist. The Palmer proposals are RC4, tab 6.2. Proposal 78 would extend the caribou season in Unit 16B from August 10th to September 30th to August 10th to October 15th. It's a public proposal and the department is neutral. No ACs within the unit voted on this proposal. Conditions are for residents and non-residents, a one bull bag limit with season dates of August 10th to September 30th. The caribou in 16B are considered part of the Rainy Pass herd. The last known estimate of the herd was about 1,500 animals. However, they're scattered throughout both 16B and 19C, and an actual assessment of the herd hasn't been done for quite some time. Nonetheless, we believe that the herd is stable at a low density. Harvest in this herd is small, averaging 11 bulls per year for the past 10 years. Usually more non-residents than residents harvest caribou from this herd. Of course, with COVID last year, the travel restrictions and all that, that wasn't the case. This table displays the chronology of the caribou harvest. As you can see, 47% of the harvest occurs in August. This proposal would add, I'm sorry, are the slides advancing? No, stand by one, please.
For those listening, we're experiencing a little technical difficulty with a screen display, so just bear with us. We'll be back as soon as it's on.
I think I'm back now.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Tim, if it doesn't
All
work,
right.
we can advance it from here. If you're not advancing, we can run the show from here. Oh, you're good.
Are you seeing a graph now?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I think I'm back on the track here. As I mentioned, the current regulations are one bull bag limit, season dates of August 10th to September 30th. This is all part of the Rainy Pass herd, of a herd of low density, about 1,500 animals. Usually we have more non-residents than residents that harvest caribou from this herd. And of course, with the travel restrictions last year, that was not the case. This table here displays the chronology of the caribou harvest. And as you can see, 47% of the harvest occurs in August. This proposal would add 15 days to the end of the season, and that would take it into the rut. In general, hunting during the rut is avoided because some hunters complain of the meat tasting off when harvested at that time. Summary, no population information, small herd, harvest of 11. This would add 15 days of the season. This proposal, if passed, may increase the harvest of caribou in 16B, but it's unlikely to have a detrimental effect on the herd, which is why the department is neutral.
Thank you, and Todd, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you. I just wanted another point of clarification. There were ACs that did take this up and deliberate, and those are available on the on-time comment matrix.
Thank you. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim, why do you think there's such a low resident harvest in this area?
Chair, I don't see this as a spot that people are really interested in trying to get to caribou. It's a low density herd, essentially in Rainy Pass. There's not a lot of access, so a lot of people don't really take advantage of it much.
And then a follow-up, Tim, what's driving non-residents to go out there? Is it because of the moose hunt?
Through the chair, there is a lodge up there, Rainy Pass Lodge. They do guided hunts up there, and I believe they do combo hunts.
All right, thank you, thank you, Tim.
Orville.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll note for the record that Matanuska Valley and Susitna Valley ACs were opposed. I don't see any support from any ACs. And a member of the public brought this forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Additional board comments. The board has avoided having hunting seasons open during the rut, and every report is that caribou are nearly inedible at this time. So unless this is a trophy hunt, and caribou are a food source, so that wouldn't be appropriate. Al? Any additional board comments, concerns, discussion?
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 78. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
And Chairman Burnett.
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 223, reauthorize the Unit 16 Intensive Management Plan.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. The department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This proposal would reauthorize the Unit 16 Intensive Management Plan. It is department proposal, and we recommend support. The Sioux Valley AC supports this proposal. However, neither the Mount Yenlo nor the Tyonek ACs voted on it. Looking at the history of this somewhat, the initial intensive management plan was passed in 2003. The wolf control program in 16B was implemented during the reg year 2004, the winter of 2004-2005. It began with a land and shoot and was changed to a aerial taking of wolves that same winter. The wolf control program was reauthorized in May of 2006, and at that time it included an additional portion of Unit 16A, and that was to get to wolves that were crossing the border between 16A and 16B. The predator control program was modified to include black bear predation control, and that's actually in the reg year 2007. The predator control program was reauthorized again for 6 years and modified to include brown bear predation control in the spring of 2010, I believe that should say, and the modifications were implemented in an expedited control then. The area available for wolf control was reduced in 2013 as the middle and southern portions of the unit were, the moose population was coming back pretty well, and the program was completely suspended in 2014. The predator control program was reauthorized for 6 years and included an operational plan for intensive management of moose in February of 2015. The black bear and brown bear control programs were suspended in 2017. Actually, that occurred in November of 2016, to be effective that next spring. And the intensive management plan for the unit expired on July 1 of last year. It's the map of the intensive management area that we're talking about, and Chris mentioned in his overview. It includes all non-federal land on Unit 16B and about half of Unit 16A. Also included in this map is the brown bear removal area in the MacArthur River area. This population has been recovering and has been within objectives since 2011. It appears it may have peaked in 2019 at over 10,000 moose. However, as mentioned, the winter of 2019-2020 and the winters of 2020 and 2021, the area experienced some extreme snow levels. Our most recent estimate for the moose population is 8485, and that's based on information from the GSPE conducted in the middle portion of the unit in November of 2020. We've not been able to complete surveys in the other two portions of the unit, but given the decrease that we saw in the middle and the snows of last winter, we suspect that the actual total population of the unit is lower than that 8,500 number. Looking at the 30-year history of the moose population, you can see here that, that the heavy snows of the late 90s and early 2000s had a big effect on that population. Unit 16B has been identified as an intensive management area where the area is managed for high levels of human harvest. The population objective is between 6,500 and 7,500 moose. And you can see that population drop at the turn of the century that I mentioned, and the increases that we've experienced then, since then, and our most recent drop. This graph shows the average monthly snow level between January and April of each year since 1970. The overall average is 39 inches of snow each year, and snow levels in excess of 35 inches are considered severe in that that height really begins to impact moose movement and increases the energetic costs of the moose. The first area that's circled here corresponds with the drop in the population that we saw at that turn of the century, and the second circle is the snow level for the past 2 years. This graph shows the total moose harvest for the past 10 years. In Unit 16B, we have a Tier 2 hunt, a general season, and a draw hunt opportunity. The intensive management harvest objective is for a harvest of between 310 and 600 moose annually. And we've been within the harvest objectives since 2015. As Chris mentioned in the overview, it's large enough that we divide it into 3 smaller pieces for the purposes of conducting surveys. In the north, our latest estimate from 2019 was that we were about 85% of the objective to the midpoint. Let me back up a second here and mention that these numbers, the population estimates, are based on the area of those surveys and the overall density that we're shooting for. That's how we came up with the midpoints. In the middle portion, based on the 2020 survey, we were at 111% of the midpoint objective. And the south from the 2018 survey, again, this is prior to those 2 winters, was at 183%. Overall, that gives us the 8,500 number and our estimate of being 121. And as I mentioned, we're probably lower than that. 2005, we started a collaring effort in the unit to determine productivity and survival of moose calves. We had between 40 and 100 cows on the air since that time, and we've been following them annually. The twinning rate has been good overall. For the previous 3 years, we started to see a steady decline in the twinning rate, which was of some concern. But then last year, the twinning rate was back up to 55%. Looking at the survival of those calves, we had a pretty low survival at the start of the monitoring effort. Then we started to see improvements. Survival of the fall increased to over 50% in 2015. But since that time, we've seen it fall back down. Survival this past year was a little over 7%. We completed browse surveys in the unit in the spring of 2020, and the browse offtake in that survey was high. In studies in the interior, high browse offtake is associated with lower twinning rates, and when we were seeing the lower twinning rates for the previous 3 years, we thought maybe we're beginning to see a relationship unfold here. However, last year's twinning rates has us rethinking that somewhat. We don't know if the relationships that we see in South Central can be compared with the results seen in interior. But given what we saw from the browse species and the composition, we really need to do a little more work on the judicial side of the house for this. This graph here shows the wolf harvest in the unit for the past 20 years, and you can see the impact of control program and how the harvest is averaged since. For the last 5 years, we've been averaging 11 wolves in the harvest, and that's for all of 16. When you divide it up between 16A and 16B, you can see that most of the wolves have been harvested in Unit 16B. This graph shows the brown bear harvest and the changes in season dates and percent females in the harvest. The control program in the MacArthur River area did not contribute a lot to the overall harvest of brown bears in the unit. Interest in brown bear harvest was increased initially during the control program. However, it's waned in recent years. The average harvest of brown bears in the past 5 years has been 82 bears. Once again, looking at 16A and 16B separately, you can see that the majority of the harvest comes from 16B, and that harvest in 16A has been relatively constant over time. This graph here shows the harvest of black bears over the past 20 years. And again, we did see an increase in the black bear harvest along with the start of black bear control, but decrease after a few years. And it's averaged 154 bears annually over the past 5 years. Overall, during black bear control, control itself was responsible for about 34% of the take. Initially, the interest in the program was very high. However, interest waned as organized programs by NGOs were discontinued and individual effort declined. In addition, a lot of the activities that were considered control, such as fall bear bait seasons, became more of a standard practice independent of control permits. The decision framework to implement or suspend the treatment is when the midpoint of the IM objective for moose population is achieved, when the wolf population surveys or info indicate that we need to avoid going below the midpoint of the management objectives for wolves, which is 35 to 55. When the black bear population information indicates that we need to avoid reducing the black bear numbers below 700, or when the brown bear population information indicates that we need to avoid reducing below 375 brown bears, or if after 3 years of harvest of predators, it's not sufficient to make progress toward the IM objectives for wolves, black bears, or brown bears, and the program may be suspended for one or more predator. Predation control activities will be suspended or modified when the midpoint of the IM objective for moose is achieved and harvest can be maintained within the IM objectives for harvest. If after 3 years, there's no indication of an increase in the total number of moose, when wolf reductions in population objectives have been met, or after 3 years, if no progress is made toward that objective, when bear reduction in population objectives have been met, or after 3 years, if no progress is made toward that objective, or when declining twinning trends and twinning rates or other indices of nutritional condition are observed and indicate that the objectives themselves may be too high. Summary, our current plan conforms to the IM protocol. It's essentially the same plan as before. It alters a couple of things from the recently expired IM program by removing the use of helicopters by the public and foot snares for capturing bears. It coincides with the new management operational plan for Unit 16B. The moose population itself is around 8,500, as we mentioned, might be lower than that. Population objective itself is 6,500 to 7,500. The moose harvest objective is 310 to 600, and that's been achieved since regulatory year 15. The wolf population between 16A and 16B is 106 to 111, with 67 or 68 of those in 16B, and the IM objective there is 35 to 55. And the bear populations were likely unaffected by the previous control measures. And again, that's proposal 223 to reauthorize Unit 16 Intensive Management Plan. The Sioux Valley AC supported this proposal. However, neither Mount Yellow nor Tyonek ACs have voted on it.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a great presentation, Tim, and I'll be in support of this. I do have one question. Why are we still in Tier 2 in Unit 16B with our population objectives being met in all 3 or 4 north, south, and sub units of the sub, and we're meeting our harvest objectives?
Well, I can speak to the original idea, excuse me, through the chair. I can speak to the original idea in that the Tier 2 system was set up so that to allow hunters to get the moose populations that weren't available during the regular hunting season in the fall. A lot of the moose move out of the high country and then fall into the lower countries and just weren't available in the fall season. Gino or Todd might be able to speak to more of that structure.
Gino or Todd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Barrett. I guess I'll take a stab at this. The why question may not, we may dig into a little bit more, but the years ago, the board was challenged with the need to provide for subsistence for the Unit 16 residents. And at the time, had identified 2 different populations of moose in Unit 16. A sedentary moose population that was in lower numbers, and then a migratory population of moose, which is what the Tier 2 population is targeting. And it's been a long time, and I'd have to go back and kind of rethink how all of this played out. But That's part of the reason why we still have both a Tier 2 hunt and a general season. It's a very good question, and maybe one that we might need to revisit at some point. But it's also, I think there's also this question about, since our survey information is a little bit dated, and as Member Keough has already suggested, that maybe our population is now down into or below our objectives. I don't know if it would be appropriate to change it at this time, but I think it is one that we're going to have to dig into. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I think if the population is what it is, we really need to look at it, because I don't think that's compliant with the statute. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Gino.
Thank you. And do you know what the ANS is for this area? Go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you look in the, let's see, it's not in this staff comment. There's 3 different populations for this area for moose. And also, to answer Member Barrett's question, there is a finding on the board website, 97-109-BOG, that helps explain some of the background of the special population that does move down from the high places into the available winter habitat, which is that Tier 2 population. So for moose, in 16, so there's, like I said, there's 3 in the southern portion, Redoubt Bay drainages, it's 10. 16B in the middle portion, it's 29 to 37, and north of the Beluga River, it's 160 to 180, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Additional questions, board discussion? Not hearing anyone talk. I intend to support this proposal. I think it's reasonable to give the department tools. It looks like we may have a population in decline in some areas, and predator control could be warranted in the fairly near future. And this did expire in 2021, so it's timely to renew it at this time. Go ahead, Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with you on hearing Lynn's concerns, and Anchorage AC, Matanuska Valley, and Susitna Valley ACs all support this, as well as Alaska Professional Hunters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jake.
I think I'm going to support this as well. Just to make a comment more than anything, that was a really good presentation. It definitely presented a lot of really good information that helped me make this decision.
Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I intend to support this also, because I kind of agree we might be needing in the near future. Now, the only question I have is, so I see that we've got draw hunts, a couple different, well, no, we've got 3 different draw hunts in there in conjunction with the tier 2 hunt. Has the department got any plans for reducing those number of draw permits? Because I think those are all any bull tags. Are we still going to proceed on business as usual, or are we going to reduce those tags, or?
Through the chair, the current hunt structure is based upon the number of surplus bulls that we calculate from the harvest. If the surplus bulls are less than 199, we are limited to Tier 2. If it's between 199 and 260, we can have a general season and Tier 2. And then when it gets above 260 to 310, we're allowed general harvest for residents and non-residents, Tier 2. And then above 310, it's the draw hunts are allowed as well. So based on the recent survey information, we're still in the 900 to 1,200 range on surplus bulls, and that's why we've been able to have those hunts. If we do surveys in the fall and we get a good bull to cow ratio and find out that our bulls are below any of those surplus numbers, then we will adjust those seasons accordingly.
Thank you, Lynn. Go ahead.
So unit, for subunit 16B, what is your bull to cow ratio objective?
Ratio for 16B is between 20 and 25 bulls per 100 cows.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Additional board member discussion? If not, I think we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
All right.
Would you poll the board, Christie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Keo,
Yes.
Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
The proposal carries 7-0.
Okay, at this time, it's time for our lunch break. We'll go to lunch and come back at 1:30. Thank you very much. Call the meeting back to order. It's 1:31 p.m. And I think we're going to continue on proposals for the Palmer area, unless there's some other thing that needs to come before us before we start. If not, go ahead, Stosh.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 225, eliminate antlerless moose hunts in units 14A Alpha and B Bravo and allow harvest by nuisance hunt program.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. The department respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 225 would eliminate the antlerless moose hunts in units 14A and B and harvest via the nuisance hunt program instead. It's a public proposal and the department is opposed. This proposal is related into 224 in that they're essentially asking for opposite things. The Matt Valley AC decided to take no action on this proposal since it passed 224. And the Sioux Valley AC did not vote on it. However, they also passed 224. The current hunt structure for Unit 14A, we've got an archery season for residents and non-residents that goes from August 10th to the 17th, and that's Spike Fork 50 or 3 brow time. We have a general season for residents and non-residents from August 25th to September 25th, and that's also Spike Fork 50 or 3 brow time. We have the antlerless moose by drawing permit only. Up to 2,000 permits may be issued, and the season dates on that are August 25th to September 25th and November 1st to December 25th, and that's for residents only. And then we have the targeted hunt. That's a special permit for crossbow, shotgun, bow and arrow only, and up to 200 permits may be issued there. That's by emergency order, and that's only available to residents. 14B, we've got the same Spike Fork 50 or 3 brow time regulations with archery season for residents and non-residents, and a regular season for residents and non-residents, August 25th to September 25th. We also have one bull by draw permit only. Up to 100 permits may be issued, and that's August 25th to September 25th, and for residents only. And then the targeted hunt again, which is for crossbow, shotgun, or bow and arrow only, and up to 100 permits may be issued in 14B by emergency order. It appears that the moose in Unit 14A may have peaked somewhere between 2013 and 2017. While we've had antlerless hunts in the unit since 2001, we've been trying to reduce the size of the population since we saw it going up in 2011. Permit levels were increased in the spring of 2011 from 500 to 1,000. But that winter itself, the winter of 11-12, was very snowy. And as a result, we canceled all of those antlerless permits for that fall, for the fall of 2012. However, it appears that the winter wasn't as tough on them as we thought, because we saw another increase in 2013. Permit levels were again increased in the spring of 2018. Surveys conducted in November of 2020 had the population still at above objective, but coming down. The bull-to-cow ratio for the most recent survey, composition survey, which occurred just this past November, was 28 bulls per 100 cows, and the calf-to-cow ratio was 35 calves per 100 cows, indicating that the population could still easily increase if the antlerless hunts were completely removed. In Unit 14B, the moose population was increasing until the winter of 2019-20. In that winter, as we've mentioned, we had a lot of snow, and we had an above average amount of snow again last year. Those factors brought the population to just below the lower objective of 2,500 at 2,463. The survey we conducted, this past November also put the bull-to-cow ratio very high at 37 bulls per 100 cows, and the calf-to-cow ratio was 19, which isn't all that great. The 2 winters of the heavy snows may have contributed to that lower calf-to-cow ratio. This graph shows the male and female harvested moose in Unit 14A. And you can see that it took several years of elevated female harvest to start to have an effect in decreasing the population. Harvest objective for Unit 14B was met in 2016 and 2017. However, it's fallen back below 100 since then. We've got harvest objectives in 14B of 100 to 200. And there is a draw hunt available for any bull in 14B with up to 100 permits offered. For the past 2 years, we've offered 25 permits and 7 moose have been taken each year. This map shows the way that we've split the Unit 14A up into smaller parts for the fall hunt. There are 8 different hunt areas. The YM 412 youth hunt occurs in the same area as the DM 402 hunt, which is this area here in the lower southeast corner of Point Matt. The DM 213 hunt, which occurs in November, and the DM 214 hunt, which occurs between December 1st and December 25th. All of the unit is available. The November and December antlerless seasons began in reg year 2013, and that was to decrease the hunter crowding that was occurring in the fall hunts while still trying to decrease the population. From reg year 13 through 16, the hunt was available only in the east and south of the Little Sioux River to the Palmer Fishhook Road and west of the Glen Highway to the inlet. In order to decrease hunter crowding again and distribute the harvest better, all of Unit 14A became available during these seasons for reg year 17. Permit levels for each area are adjusted based on the success ratios for the individual hunts. Overall, participation has been very high and success rates have been good. Interest in these hunts is also very high. The department received 52,639 applications for the 800 permits issued last year. Given the decreases in the population that we started to see and the concerns from hunters about the number of antlerless moose available, we've decreased the permits available for the last few years. This past season, we issued 800 permits. Next month, we expect to issue 505 permits for the 2022 season. It's worth noting that based on the surveys between the years of 2001 and 2008, we felt that the population was holding steady at the upper end of the population objective and around 65-70. During those years, we issued an average of 313 permits and harvested an average of 157 females. When we completed the next survey again in 2011, we found that the population had actually increased by 1,400 moose. In the future, should we get the herd within the population objectives again, we may still need to maintain a base level of permits each year to ensure the population does not grow too quickly beyond our objectives. Annually, we conduct twinning surveys to monitor the health of the population. A large proportion of twins in a population can indicate a healthy herd in a good plane of nutrition and shows it has a lot of potential for growth. This past spring, we saw fewer twins than we ever had in the past. And this may indicate that the population is nutritionally stressed. However, it's too early to tell at this point. More information next spring will tell us if it's a trend or if it was just a one-off situation. We conducted browse surveys in Unit 14A in the spring of 2016. From those surveys, we saw a high amount of browse removal in the area. In the interior, high browse removal has been shown to have an inverse relationship with twinning rates and other indicators of nutritional stress, such as smaller calf weights, lower pregnancy rates for 2-year-olds, and other things. Whether that relationship holds steady in South Central Alaska is unknown, but this high browse rate is certainly worth noting and paying attention to, should we continue to see lower twinning rates. Vehicle collisions have been a concern of ours for a long time. The number of collisions varies from year to year and are based on both the population density and the amount of snowfall over the course of the winter. And also in case of last year, it may also reflect the number of people on roads as well. Last year, the number of moose vehicle collisions was down. However, the amount of snow that we got in 14A was relatively normal. I suspect there were fewer collisions because there were fewer people commuting due to the COVID. Moose rail collisions follow a similar trend with more moose killed on the tracks in heavy snow years. The 5-year average of moose rail collisions in Unit 14A and B combined has been 74 moose. This table shows the take of moose under the targeted hunt. The hunt was designed to take moose that may be a nuisance. We've also used this hunt to reduce the number of moose in areas of high known moose vehicle collisions, with the idea that the animal may be harvested instead of hit on the roads. It's a nice option to have in heavy snow years. We've not held the AM 415 for the past 4 years, but for those years that we did, on average, we gave out 143 permits and hunters took 111 moose for an average success rate of 77%. Things to consider. The AM 415, which is the permit hunt that the proposer suggested we use instead, has 200 permits available in Unit 14A and 100 permits available in 14B. The GSPE conducted in December of 2020 estimated the moose around 7,100 moose with a population objective of 6,000 to 6,500. And the proposer also suggested that the moose in his area were very low, but the DM 403 success rate, which is where the proposer was living, it has been in the 60s, which is actually better than nearby areas. That's our summary. Again, the department is opposed. Matt Valley AC chose take no action because they preferred 224. And the Sioux Valley AC did not vote on this proposal, but voted for 224.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's still Tim, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so Tim, you know, the department has discretional authority on the up to language in issuing permits, and it seems like you've been adjusting those permits as that population comes down. And so there's no need for the board to eliminate this when you got a handle on it and you're watching those populations. It appears to me you haven't overissued permits and you're well aware of what your population is out there. So I'm inclined not to support this proposal.
Thank you, Al. Additional board comments, questions? Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, I'll just note for the record, the Anchorage AC was in opposition to the proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Orville. I have a question. Do you expect to issue nuisance permits this year or only in years of high snow level? Or what would be the basis for bringing the nuisance permits back?
The basis for bringing the nuisance permits back would be increased snow load than we have now. More reports of moose getting hit on the roadways, and we've had some issues with getting current information on the number of moose vehicle collisions this year. We've gone to an automated system. We're still trying to work some kinks out of that. But if we saw more of that happening and more phone calls to the department about moose getting into hay and whatnot and starting to cause a problem that way, that'd be the reason that we'd want to turn it back on.
So that permit system still is in existence and is a viable option for nuisance moose, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tim. That was a really good report. I'm in agreement with Member Barrett. And just a quick question since you brought it up, and I'm curious, is the railroad required to report their moose mortality?
We're hopping through the chair. They do. They report to us on every 3 weeks. We get a fresh report from them about what's going on with the rail.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional comments or questions on the proposal?
Call the question.
Question's been called on proposal 225.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 225. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Chairman Burnett,
No.
Mr. Hoffman,
No.
and Mr. Cooney.
No.
The proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 224, reauthorize the antlerless moose draw permits in units 14A Alpha and 14B Bravo.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 224 is a reauthorization for the antlerless moose draw permits in Unit 14A, 14B. It's a department proposal, and we support them. Both the Matt Valley and the Sioux Valley ACs passed this proposal. Since my talk on this one is essentially the same as the last one, I might speed through it a little more than usual. But again, we've got an archery season for residents, non-residents, a general season for residents and non-residents. Both of those are Spike Fork 50 or 3. We've got the antlerless permits that we're talking about right now, with season dates August 25th, September 25th, and November 1 to December 25 for residents only. And we've got the targeted permits that may be announced, and that's for crossbow, shotgun, bow, or bow and arrow only. Up to 200 permits may be issued there. In 14B, archery season, August 10 to 17, and our general season of August 25 to September 25, Spike Fork 50 or 3 for residents and non-residents. We've got the one bull by a draw permit, up to 100 permits can be issued there. Same season dates as the general season, August 25 to September 25, and the targeted moose, a hunt with up to 100 permits issued there. Our population, as I mentioned, may have peaked around between 2013, 2017. We've been bringing that down. Right now, it looks like we're at around 7,100. We did a composition survey last fall, and that was good. We had a bull to cow ratio of 28 and a calf to cow ratio of 35 per 100 cows. And looking at 14B, we were over our objective in 2019. And right now we are just skirting the bottom of the objective, just a little bit under at 2463. And our objective is 2,500 to 2,800. As I mentioned, it took several years of elevated female harvest to start to have an effect that we saw here beginning it after 2018. In 14B, we've had 2 years where we were within our harvest objective, and now we're just slightly under again. However, the survey that we did this year also showed a high bull to cow ratio. So there's room for more harvest there, and hopefully it'll be a different story next year. These are the areas that we're talking about. There are 8 different areas, and we adjust the permits based on success rates for the individual hunts. And we also have the later hunts in November and December that we've gone to a area-wide plan in order to distribute the harvest a little bit better. As I mentioned, we have decreased the number of permits made available. We gave out 800 this hunting season, and next year we intend to do 505 permits, which are cuts in all of the areas. And the idea, of course, is to bring that population back to within the objective. And even when we were in the objective, we had a level of permits and harvest in order to keep that population growing too quickly. Our twinning information is indicating that the twinning might be coming down some. We had 15% twins out of the survey this year. We had 22 the year before. That's the lowest level that we've seen so far. And that might be a one-off situation, or it might be part of a trend that indicates that we still have more moose than we want. That combines with the harvest information, or correction, the browse survey information that showed a very high level of browse for the unit. The caveat to this is that we don't know if we can say that what happens in the interior, the relationship between twinning and browse, is exactly the same thing that happens in South Central, given the different species that are consumed and different quantities. But we think it's worth watching, and especially when we combine it with what we saw in the twinning rates. Again, moose vehicle collisions are something that we've been working on, trying to reduce in one way or another, either through the targeted hunt or our public education programs and things like that. Last year, the number of moose vehicle collisions was down relative to the amount of snow. In some years, it's actually pretty good, and it really tracks with the snow. And the same thing happens with the rail. The 5-year average of moose rail collisions in 14A and B combined has been 74 moose. Again, these are the numbers for our AM 415 targeted hunt. One thing I didn't say the last time around, but I'll add in this time, is that those people that choose to use bow or crossbow or bow or crossbow have to have the appropriate hunter ed for their weapon. And the same thing is true with the people that use shotgun. They have to have basic hunter ed. And they come into the office during the month of October to sign up. And whether or not we issue permits kind of depends on what's going on there with the snow level and nuisance issues and things like that. So in summary, again, we've got about 7,100 moose. We offered an average of 1,000 permits in the last 2 years. That's prior to this season. Participation rate's been really good, about 85%, and the success rate's been pretty good too, about 59%. The twinning rate last spring was 15%. Our browse surveys show a large amount of browse removal. We have been hearing some complaints about a lack of moose, and that's why we've been dialing back the permits and trying to get the most current numbers for surveys and whatnot. And as I mentioned, we gave out 800 permits this year. We intend to give out 500 for this coming fall season. And that's it.
Thank you, and I think after hearing it twice, we should have grasped it. So, Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering what kind of, are they using browse similar to the browse that's in the Interior Alaska studies, or same type of willow, and are they as robust as like along the Kaikuk River, or is it less quality browse?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, they are a little bit different from the interior. The interior is a heavily willow sort of composition of the browse. In what we saw in 14A is it's about a third willow and about a third birch. So they eat a lot more birch down here than they do up there. And in addition, we've got different predominant species of willow around here. And you can really see the willow browsing really well along the roadsides in certain spots, like up along Buffalo Mine or out heading out to the Little Sioux Landing. You can see that the willow there is just getting hammered. And also in the 2016 year when we did this, that was a really low snow year. So when we have a higher snow year, it gets more concentrated along road corridors, river corridors, and things like that. So there was a lot more distribution of the browse in that survey.
Yeah, thank you. Real good answer. It's kind of what I figured. I have a lot of confidence in your twinning rate surveys, but I also see there's a lot of overlap in the confidence intervals, which gives me a pretty good idea that this is probably pretty stable. I just don't see it like, it's probably heavily predator related when I see that last little dip there. That's it for now. Thanks.
Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, could you speak a little bit about, the recent fires, Sockeye fires, so on and so forth up there that burned a big part of the countryside? And ideas about when it's going to and how long it's going to produce like real high quality moose feed?
Through the chair, typically with fires, what you see is a 20 to 25-year peak where a browse is really useful to the animal. And then a lot of the browse escapes. When you look at the Miller's Reach fire, which happened in, I think it was 98, out there, that willow that's out there is still being utilized by the moose. Some of it is escaping, but it's still being utilized by the moose. And you can still find a fair amount of moose out there, in browsing. With the Sockeye and the other fires that we've had, what I anticipate is that we'll probably have population increases because we've knocked that habitat back. And that habitat's going to be beneficial to us for the next 20 to 30 years.
Jake?
Hey, thank you for that answer. We had some public testimony here this last week about perhaps the moose population we're harvesting in 14A might be moose that live most of their life in 14B. How confident, are you that these moose we're harvesting down here and managing in 14A, reside here year round, or 14A year round?
Through the chair, I'm glad you asked that question. What a lot of people are basing the moose movement information on is by a study from Rod Modafferi that was done 30 plus years ago. And since that time, we've had the Miller's Reach fire. We've had changes in the Point Mac area with agriculture, some of it going fallow. We've had changes all over the valley with more development and things like that. So I don't think that necessarily those patterns hold as well. Also, when you look at his Modafferi's information, it showed a lot of concentration along the Susitna River itself. And so you don't necessarily see giant moose or giant movement from, say, Peters Hills into Wasilla or anything like that. It's usually localized right around the borders. We've had, as Dr. Stetz had mentioned in his research overview, we've got Luke McDonald has done work on the moose around here, moose vehicle collision study. And in the process of that study, we put out 100 collars on moose here in the valley over the course of 2 or 3 winters. And they were GPS collars. And when you look at the actual movement from those GPS collars, you see very little large-scale movements. We've seen some we will get a moose that will go over on a walkabout some giant distance, but those are the exception. The rule is that you see very little movement. From looking at Luke's work, what I saw was hardly any movement from cows, but some movement from bulls. Most of the bulls stay here, but a few of them do venture out into the deep 16A area. And our collars were distributed throughout 14A and a little bit of 14B. And they were all collared between December and March. So if those moose were doing those large scale movements that people suspect, you would anticipate that a good proportion of them would have actually left the unit during the summers. And that just didn't happen.
Hey, thanks a bunch for that too. I've done a little reading on this, and originally the board, when they started, started this hunt, it was a little bit later, and there was an issue with bull calves being shot. Is there a change? Do you have any more recent information on that since the date got shifted? Cut some time off the end of this hunt.
Through the chair, the calves that are taken, they are legal animals, and some of each do get harvested. As far as adults, we do have a few bulls that get harvested each year, but not very many. One of the issues that you'll hear us talk about time and again is trying to get our surveys done before the 10th of December, because that's when the bulls start to lose their antlers. But we'll have some bulls that will have antlers into February. So the proportion of bulls that are taken in the antlerless hunt is really quite small. I don't have a number in front of me, but it's something that's easy enough to find.
Oh, that isn't necessary, but thanks a whole bunch for those answers.
James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim, thanks a lot for the thorough report. I mean, that was a lot of really good information that's helping us make our decision. And just to build on the record here, you got 3 ACs, one private organization that supported this, and then one AC that had no comment.
Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim, your up to language that's currently in the books of issuing 2,000 permits. Do you have anybody from the public that's concerned or said, why are you issuing 2,000 permits? And then you have to go through the explanation of, it's up to language. I only raise that because in Fairbanks, when we went through our cow wars, for lack of better terms, there was always a certain portion of the public that would see that in the codified, but not understand that you weren't issuing all those permits. And do you feel that you still need to have that up to 2,000 permits in codified?
Kehoe, through the chair. That hasn't been too much of a concern. If anything, it's actually helped us manage better, because with the up to language that we have, as I mentioned, we gave out 800 permits this past hunting season. When we were putting out the supplement, we actually had a higher number in the supplement than we issued. And we're doing that again this year. With the supplement, we had a number of 900 permits, and we intend to issue 500 next month. And that's because we have that latitude with the up to language that we can do that. If we'd have been able to do a survey this fall and found out that we were way over, if our success rates were really high, things that indicated that we still had way more moose than we did, we would have gone up to that 900 number, but we've never gone up to 2,000. The highest we've gone so far has been 1,300. So it's been beneficial for us to have that information. And usually when I explain the nature of the up to folks, they seem to get it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments, questions from the board? Are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christy, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 224. Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
And Mr. Keough?
Yes.
The proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 80, create a resident youth hunting season for any bull moose YM4XX in Unit 14A Alpha.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. The department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 80 would create a resident youth draw hunt for any bull in Unit 14A. The season dates would be August 20th to September 25th and November 15th to January 31st, and up to 50 permits may be issued. It is a public proposal and the department is neutral. The Matt Valley AC voted in opposition of this proposal. Again, I'm going to skip through the regulation slides again, if that's all right. But we've got Spike Fork 50, we've got the antlerless, and we've got targeted in 14A. And the proposed regulation for Unit 14A is for youth hunters 10 to 17. They must be accompanied by an adult 21 or over. The bag limit counts against both the adult and the youth hunter. Both must wear hunter orange and have hunter ed. Up to 50 permits may be offered. And the season dates again, they've got August 20th to September 25th and November 15th to January 31st. As I mentioned, we've been trying to bring the population down. We're starting to have success with that. The bull harvest itself has been declining in the past 5 years. However, the bull to cow ratios have been good, and there are bulls out there. The harvest objective is for 360 to 750 moose annually. And we've been exceeding that in order to bring the population down. This graph shows the bull to 100 cow ratio for Unit 14 over the past 20 years. There were 2 any bull draw hunts in the unit between regs years 1995 and 98, offering a total of 70 to 130 permits. Surveys conducted in the fall of 1998 showed a bull to cow ratio of 17, which is below the management objective of 20 to 25. The reasoning behind the bull to 100 cow ratio objective is to ensure that there's enough bulls on the landscape to do the breeding during the fall rut. The any bull hunts were discontinued after reg year 98, and the area has been only Spike Fork 50 or 3 brow tines since. To have some idea of potential participation and success rates, I wanted to show you the one youth hunt in the area that we do have now, which is the YM 412 hunt in Eastern Point McKenzie. Since its beginning in 2007, it's had an average of 19 permits available and a participation rate of 86% and a success rate of 46%. And the success rate has been 25% for the last 3 years. Another youth hunt that we could look at to get an idea of participation and success rates would be the YM 451 hunt, which is over in Unit 16B. During that hunt, we've averaged 122 permits with a 48% participation rate and a 40% success rate. Of course, the largest difference between the YM 451 and 16B in this area is that there's no roads to get to 16B. So I would anticipate a much higher participation rate here. So in summary, proposal is for 20 August. All of our other seasons start on August 25th. That might be something that the board wants to look at, or we could keep it as a permit condition to start on the 25th. There is concerns with the ID of sex after the 10th of December. As I mentioned, that's when we start to see bulls lose their antlers. We've had any bull draw hunts here in 1995 through 98 with 70 to 130 permits available. The bull to cow ratio fluctuates between 17 and 34. Most recently, last November, we had a bull to cow ratio of 28 bulls for 100 cows. The other youth hunt, the YM 412 in the Point Mac area, averages 19 permits and participation is 86% and success rate is 46%. And our last GSP put the moose population around 7,100 animals. That would be the end of this one, proposal 80.
Thank you. Board comments, questions? Not hearing anyone else speaking, but I would note that all the ACs that took action on this one were not in favor, they were all opposed to it. That's Anchorage, Fairbanks, Mat-Su, and Mat-Su is the one for this area, so, and there's no ACs in support, so. Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, generally, I'm really in favor of youth hunts. It's the first time I've ever seen one where there's no support for it, but pretty interesting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have one question for the department, and that is, how many youth apply for these permits on an annual basis?
Give you that answer real quick. They're usually quite popular. Last year, the YM 412, we had 1,675 applications for the 25 permits.
Okay, thank you. So about 1 in 40 chance of getting a permit, roughly. So any addition, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm going to side on, with the local ACs and their knowledge of the area, and I won't be able to support this.
Thank you. That's where I am too, even though I kind of support youth hunts. If all the local ACs are not in favor of it, they have to have a reason, and I think we want to oppose their reasoning. Additional comments from the board?
Question?
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Would you poll the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 80. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
And Mr. Huntington?
No.
Proposal fails, 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 226, open a resident bull permit hunts in Unit 14A Alpha.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Would like to hear the department's response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 226 would establish an any bull moose draw hunt in Unit 14A with a season start date of 25 August. It is a public proposal and the department is neutral. The Matt Valley AC voted in favor of this proposal. Again, we have the regulations. Under this proposed regulation, we would have a draw permit for residents only with a 1 antlered bull bag limit. The season dates would be August 25th to September 25th. The permits would be divided up so that there'd be up to 10 permits in each of the areas currently in use for the fall antlerless season. That's the DM 400, the DM 401, 402, 403, 406, 407, 408, 410, and the youth hunt, the YM 412. So this is another one that has a youth component to it, for a total of up to 90 permits for all of 14A. This is another example of the map that we're talking about, and this is how 14A is divided up for the antlerless hunts. And it's worth noting that both the 402 and the 412 youth hunt occur in the same corner here, southwest of the Point McKenzie area. This graph shows our bull to cow ratios from 2003 through the last survey conducted in November. Historically, the bull to cow ratios have been close to our management objectives since the late season any bull permit ended in '98. It's only recently been that in the recent past that the bull to cow ratios have been high. That coincided with a decrease in the population that we've seen lately and may stabilize as the population stabilizes. Some things to consider, again, the DM 402 and the YM 412 occur in the same geographic area, and that may present some issues. Historically, it's been difficult to keep within that 20 to 25 objective for bull to cow ratio. And it might be difficult to fine tune the permit levels, but I think it could be done based on the success rates and our overall bull to cow ratios. Again, so this is Proposal 226, which would establish an any bull moose draw hunt in Unit 14A with a season start date of 25 August. And the Matt Valley AC voted in support.
Thank you. Questions? Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Tim, question for you would be, so it's basically up to 10 per draw hunt, total of potential 90 tags. If the board were to pass this, what would be your vision of how many any bull tags would you be comfortable issuing for each one of those draw hunts? to try and still stay within your objective there?
Through the chair, I think I'd want to start really conservative with perhaps 3 per area. So that would be 27.
Thank you. Additional board questions or comments? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You said it was hard to, I think you said that it was hard to keep the bull-cow ratio above its objectives, but it seems like you've never dropped below your objectives of 20 to 25 cows per 100. You've been at the maximum or above it since 2009 when you've had composition surveys.
Through the chair, that is correct. We've had some really good success with that. It depends a lot on how the hunting season goes, but right now things are looking good and we're above objective.
Additional comments from board members? This is, in your earlier, on the previous hunt, you did say there were any bulls available for harvest in some of these areas. So, and we do have support from the ACs, so I may support this proposal. Any additional comments? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I can support this. I think up to 10 permits is conservative, and the department already is on record, said they wouldn't go out the first year issuing 90 permits total. I think conservatively 2 or 3 permits per area to see how hunters react and hunter effort is reacting. Yeah, I can support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready for the question on this? Go ahead, Cheryl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify, the proposal itself refers to one antlered bull, and I'm hearing discussion on any bull. So I would just like to clarify what the board's action would be on this.
Yeah, I think any one antlered bull is what we just used the term any bull because of the time of year, but go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you. For clarification, Cheryl, you're talking about the nubbin moose versus, a spike fork?
Yeah, it's through the chairman, Brett. I just want to make sure because I didn't want there to be any confusion in what ultimately ends up in codified. Thank you.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I can support this proposal, but I guess my intent would to mean antlered bull. I sure wouldn't want shooting a calf of the year.
Right.
So.
Okay. Is everyone in agreement on that? That we were talking about antlered bulls in this case? In that case, I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 226. Member Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keo?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
And Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
The proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 81, allow muzzle loading and black powder cartridge long guns be used for harvesting moose in units 18A Alpha and 14B Bravo.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Hear from the department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 81 would allow additional use of muzzleloader or black powder cartridge to weapons allowed in the targeted hunt, the AM 415 hunt. It's a public proposal and the department is neutral. Neither the Matt Valley AC nor the Sioux Valley AC voted on this proposal. Again, we've got the current regulations for Unit 14A. And what we're talking about is this last one, the targeted moose hunt, that's available by currently by crossbow, shotgun, or bow and arrow. And that is open by emergency order. In 14B, we've got this same situation with 100 permits that could be available up there. the proposed regulation for Unit 14A and 14B would add the use of muzzleloader or black powder cartridge long guns to the targeted hunt. The definitions would be as follows. Muzzleloader, a muzzle-loading rifle must be .54 caliber or larger, or at least 45 caliber with a 300 grain or larger elongated slug. And black powder cartridge rifles must fire a 400 grain bullet or larger, loaded with a minimum of 70 grains of black powder or equivalent. In other words, a 4570 with a 400 grain bullet, or a 4490 with a 550 grain bullet. Again, we've got the history of the AM415. We have not used it recently, but depending on snow load and nuisance moose issues, we may use it again this year or in future years. And the average success rate for those that participated when we did turn it on is 77%. Some things to consider currently, we've got bow and arrow, crossbow, or shotgun with slugs allowed. It requires the appropriate hunter ed training, which is basic hunter ed, and an additional bow hunter ed or crossbow hunter ed. Rifles are not allowed in the AM415 hunt due to the ballistics, and that may not be an issue with black powder, which is similar to a shotgun with slugs. The definitions that I mentioned earlier are the same definitions of muzzleloader and black powder cartridge that are used for the Delta bison hunt. And again, the permit levels and whether or not we have it depends on the snow levels and the number of moose vehicle collisions that are reported to us. And there is some concern with the ability to follow up if a second shot is needed. But that's not any different from crossbow or bow and arrow. And so again, this proposal 81, it allows the additional use of muzzleloader or black powder cartridges to weapons allowed in the targeted hunt, the AM415.
Thank you. Board discussion. If no one else is going to start, I'll comment that I'm absolutely not in support of this proposal. Modern muzzleloader components allow you to have accurate projectiles up to 250 yards. And some of these black powder rifles, this has a minimum charge, but you know, the 4570 was developed by the U.S. Army with black powder to use for volleys up to 500 yards distance. So the history of these and the 4590 shoots farther. So, but I think you could also use a 5110, which has it's accurate at 500 yards. So it's very effective. So I don't think these serve the same purpose as a shotgun slug or a bow and arrow or crossbow. Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask AWT, what issue would you have determining somebody having a black powdered cartridge versus a smokeless cartridge in the field?
Through the chair, excuse me. So I know in other areas where you have black powder hunts, just a few weeks ago, I was up on the Rex Trail where we were checking folks and we asked to inspect their guns that they have. They were mostly on Snow Machine, and to look at their cartridges. So we would request to inspect those things. Obviously, you can't tell. Some of the folks had actually taken a moose on part of this hunt legally, and there's just a trust element there of what they're using and what they show you. But that's how we would do it, is just simply ask somebody. But hopefully that answers your question, sir.
Well, I guess I'm wondering, can you distinguish if I show you two cartridges, can you tell which one has black powder in it and which one has smokeless powder in it?
Through the chair, I think it would depend on if this was something that was commercially purchased and had markings on the box or not, or if those cartridges had been moved. So I know sometimes people will move cartridges into better hard plastic cases that offer more protection and don't have labels. So I think it's hit or miss. You're not going to be able to determine everything. Often we rely on a person's word explaining what it is or commercial markings on a box.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a reloader, so I haven't bought a commercial box of ammo in 30 years, unless it was shotgun. Thank you.
Yeah, point in case. Thank you.
Stosh?
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't be in support of this. This has been an established short-range weapon hunt, and this is not going to fit in that category.
Thank you. Any additional board discussion on this?
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns to the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 81. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
And Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Proposal fails, 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 82, extend by 2 days the current bow and arrow only general moose seasons in units 14A Alpha, 14B Bravo, and 16A Alpha.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department response?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 82 would extend the archery-only seasons in units 14A, 14B, and 16A by 2 days. Both the Sioux Valley and the Matt Valley ACs voted in support of this proposal. I've gone over the regulations for 14A and 14B a few times now. These are the regulations for Unit 16A. There's an archery season, August 10th to the 17th, for both residents and non-residents, and the bag limit there is Spike Fork 50 or 3. There is a general season, August 20th to September 25th. And again, Spike Fork 50 or 3 for both residents and non-residents. And there's one bull by drawing permit only. Up to 50 permits may be issued with the same season dates as the general season, August 20th to September 25th. And that's for residents only. So this proposal would effectively add 2 days, making the season August 10th to August 19th. This graph shows the chronology of the harvest for the 3 units under discussion. The first block of time there, August 10th to the 17th, is all archery. In addition, hunters may use archery equipment during the regular season. Archery-only seasons were adopted in 14B and 16A in rig year 1995, and in 14A in 1998. 12% of the moose harvested in 14A are taken by bow and arrow, 4% in 14B, and 2% in 16A. On average, 75% of the archery moose that are taken during the archery-only season. And this is not expected to have a large impact. For example, using 14A with an average of 459 bulls taken and 9% of the harvest being archery, that's 41 bulls over an 8-day season, or 5 bulls a day, or 10 additional bulls that could be expected under this proposal. And that, of course, is relying on hunting pressure remaining constant, which may not happen if these are the only units open during those additional days. So again, Proposal 82, extend the archery-only season for units 14A, 14B, and 16A by 2 days. It is a public proposal, and the department is neutral.
Thank you. At this time, I believe Mr. Fletcher would like to be recused from this vote because he guides in this area, as he put on his ethics disclosure earlier. So you may be excused for the vote. You can stay here, but yeah, don't participate. But you can, yeah, why don't you leave the room? Go, here. You can go sit out in the audience or whatever. So you're not passing notes to us. No, just kidding. But thank you. And at this time, board discussion. Okay, James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can be in support of this. An extra 2 days, especially right before the general season starts on the 20th, seems pretty low impact to the resource. And then Looks like we do have, just to go on record, we do have 2 ACs that supported it and 2 ACs that opposed it. The local ACs, Matanuska Valley and Susitna Valley were the ones that supported it.
Okay, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I can be inclined to support this, but I would like to hear from Public Safety on if they see any issues with bumping these two, the bow season and the general season, right up to each other.
Go ahead, Captain.
Through the chair, no, nothing significant with such a small amount of time and such a small hunt.
Thank you very much for your response. Any additional comments? Gino?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with regards to the 2 or 3 day window in between, that was put in place originally to allow archery hunters to get their animal out of the field before the rifle hunters started, so that there was no confusion about how that animal was specifically taken. One of the additional parts in this proposal, which is a little confusing to me, is that the proponents would like to have the seasons go concurrent, or at least be butt up against each other, but in at least 14A and 14B, the season starts August 25th. And so there's actually a 5-day window if it goes to the 19th. And if the board is interested in making these seasons closer together, they may want to establish a 7-day season with new season dates as opposed to what's been proposed. But that's totally within your prerogative.
Would any board members be inclined to do that? Thinking the proposal as written is what they asked for. It's reasonable, and the local ACs support it as it is. So it is better because it doesn't create that bumping up against, as I see it. Any comments from board members?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Adoption of this proposal would not result in a significant cost to the department.
Thank you. Christie, would you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 82. Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Keough,
Yes.
Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
The proposal carries 6-0 with Member Fletcher abstained. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt Proposal 83, remove the 50-inch bag limit requirement for the resident and non-resident moose hunts in Unit 16A Alpha.
Second.
Department response, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 83 would change the bag limit in Unit 16A by removing the 50-inch component of the Spike Fork 50 or 3 brow tines on one side bag limit. It's a public proposal and the department is opposed. The Sioux Valley AC did not vote on this proposal. Again, the regulations for Unit 16A, we have the archery season. It goes from August 10th to 17th, and the general season, August 20th to September 25th. Those are both Spike 450 or 3 brow tine bag limits, and we have a 1 bull by draw permit only with the same season dates. This graph shows the population estimate for the area over the past 20 years. But we think that the 2017 survey was anomalous, and it's difficult to say where the problem lies there. Given that the results were suspect, we surveyed it again the next year, and while we were still over our objective, our results were a little bit more in line with what we expected. We surveyed it again after the deep snow year of 2019, 2020, and found a 13% reduction in the population at that time. Historically, the bull-to-cow ratios in the area have been good. And currently, we're offering 3 any bull draw permits for the area. The any bull draw began in 2020 with 10 permits issued. However, we've reduced it to 3 permits when we found that the population was within management objectives, but the bull-to-cow ratio was low. Last season, we again, we offered 3 permits and 1 hunter was successful. The average harvest for the past 5 years has been 179 moose in the unit. And it appears to be on a decreasing trend. The harvest objective is for between 190 and 360 moose. Some things to consider is 16A went to Spike Fork 50 in reg year 1993. Not counting the spikes in the forks, over the past 5 years, 30% of the moose that were taken were over 50 inches, but did not have at least brow tines on one side, at least 3 brow tines on one side. DPS reported an average of 7 citations for sublegal moose in units 14A, B, 16A, and 16B during reg years 2015 through 17. Average harvest for the past 5 years was 179, and the harvest objective is 190 to 360. An adoption of this proposal may result in reduced opportunity and more difficulty in achieving harvest objectives. So again, proposal 83 would change the bag limit in unit 16A by removing the 50-inch component of Spike Fork 50 or 3 brow tines on one side. It is a public proposal and the department is opposed. And the Sioux Valley AC did not vote on this proposal.
Thank you. Questions, comments from board members? I have a question for public safety. Wondering how this, the numbers of citations for sublegal moose in this area compares to other areas in the state.
Through the chair, good question. I'd have to actually go through our records management system and make those comparisons, and it's quite cumbersome to do that because the way that we track these are not by GMU, and so you have to pull large areas and then manually go through that data. So I couldn't provide anything meaningful right now that would help answer that question, unfortunately.
And you don't have a feel for it? If this is at a high end or a low end of that? It seems to me from previous testimony and other meetings that this is at the low end of citations for sublegal moose.
It sounds like a small number to me, just anecdotally off the top of my head from what I typically see, but that's just going to be, a gut feeling, nothing more.
Okay, thank you. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also have a question for the captain, and I don't mean to stump you. But these 7 citations, do you think, or do you have an idea of how many were self-turn-ins?
Member Brett, through the chair, no, I don't. I think this was several years ago, prior to my time here, that somebody pulled those stats and provided them for analysis. So it kind of comes full circle back to it would take quite a bit to kind of find out where we're at right now. I know I know that our self-turn-ins in the past 2 years, from what I hear in the field, have gone up significantly. Like there is a noticeable increase in folks in doing the self-turn-in, doing the right thing, having that be a violation instead of a misdemeanor as well. But those do seem to be quite high.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions on the proposal? Comments? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the department did a really good analysis on this one, and I don't think I can support this. It's a little premature at this time.
Thank you. And Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Building on the record a little more, we have Anchorage AC, Fairbanks AC, Matanuska Valley AC all in opposition, and I'll likely agree with Al.
Okay. Any additional comments on this proposal?
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 83. Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
And Mr. Barrett?
No.
Proposal fails 0 to 7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 84, establishing an antlerless moose seasons in unit 16B Bravo.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. The department comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 84 would create an antlerless moose draw hunt for residents in Unit 16B. The season dates would be August 20th, September 25th, and November 15th to January 31st. It's a department proposal, and we support it. The Mount Yenlo AC voted in opposition to this proposal. These are the current hunt regulations for 16B. Under the current regulations, it's dependent upon the number of surplus bulls available each year. If less than 199 bulls are available, we have a Tier 2 hunt with up to 400 permits issued and a Spike Fork 50 or 3 brow tine bag limit. The season dates for that would be August 20th to September 30th. There would be no general season and certainly no season for non-residents. Surplus levels between 199 and 240. We have the Tier 2 with up to 260 permits and a 1 bull bag limit from December 15th to March 31st. We also have a general harvest of Spike Fork 50 or 3 brow tines with season dates of September 1st to the 20th and no open season for non-residents. When the surplus bull estimate is above 240, we have the Tier 2, the same season dates that I mentioned. We have the general harvest, and those season dates become August 20th, September 25th. And we also have non-resident hunting, Spike Fork 50 or 3 brow tine, August 28th to September 25th. And then when the surplus is above 310, we have all of those things that I've already mentioned. Plus, we have a draw permit, up to 600 permits available with a 75-25 youth split. The season is August 20th to September 25th, and a second season for the youth hunt from November 15th to January 31st. That's only for residents. We also have 1 bull by draw permit, up to 500 permits available, and from December 15th to the last day of February, and 1 bull by registration permit with fees the same dates of December 15th through the last day of February. The 2021 estimate of the surplus bulls is 996 to 1,075 bulls. We have issued some winter draw permits, but we have not issued any winter registration permits. What this proposal would do is it would add a draw hunt with 1 antlerless moose bag limit. It would be for residents only. The season dates would be August 20th to September 25th and November 15th to January 31st, and up to 300 permits may be issued. Population appears to have peaked in 2019.
Excuse me, Cheryl has a.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I thought maybe we could save some time. The statute requires recommendation from the department and support from the majority of the ACs, and we don't have the AC support for this, so the board does not have the authority to approve this proposal.
Okay, thank you. I was going to bring that up after he finished his things, but thank you for bringing it up at this point. At this point, I would entertain a motion to take no action on this proposal.
Before I do that, Mr. Chair, I would ask the Department of Law, can we amend this proposal and not talk about the antlerless moose season? I was considering amending it because we have a Tier 2 system in place, and compliance with the subsistence law, it seems to be we're out of compliance with our harvestable surplus, way above our ANS, our harvestable surplus. And we're meeting subsistence needs.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I guess I'll just let you continue with that. You don't have the authority to adopt the proposal as is. If there's something else the board wants to do to amend this proposal, I will let you take it from there. Thank you.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make the motion that we eliminate the Tier 2 1 bull by subsistence permit for December 15th to 31 March, And then there's another one further down. If I could get what the harvestable surplus is first.
Tim?
Through the chair, the 2021 estimate of the surplus bulls is 996 to 1,075.
So yeah, that, my motion is to eliminate the tier two drawing, tier two permit system in this 16B, as we're meeting subsistence needs and reasonable opportunity.
Do we have a second on that?
Second.
The second is from Lynn. Okay. We have the amendment before us. The amendment seems to be unrelated to, it's only tangentially related to the original. And the question, are we meeting good public process if we make this large of a change? I understand where you're going with this, and I appreciate it. I'm not going to vote for your amendment, even though I would be inclined to support it if there had been a proposal put out when there was public notice and people, because I don't disagree with you, but I think that's, we have the amendment before us, and if people want to act on it, they may. So thank you. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to agree with you. I would support the amendment if I thought the department's numbers were correct. However, I don't believe they are correct. I think they're gonna find they've got way less moose than they think they do, and I don't believe we will be out of compliance once they get some better data on their moose. So, at this point, I wouldn't support the amendment.
Thank you. Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, just for discussion, I'll go ahead and second that amendment. What I wanted was a clear RC in front of us and with replacement language. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I made that motion to make an amendment for pure discussion, and I'll withdraw my amendment with the second's concurrence.
I concur.
Any further discussion on the issue that we were discussing? Go ahead, Gino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I guess this would be a good opportunity to maybe bring this board's attention to a presentation or a document that Division of Subsistence put together it's known as BOG 2019-3. It'd be an excellent document for the board to review before they got into the discussion on this Tier 2 issue. I think we've got a 25-year history of how we came to build this management structure. I'm not necessarily going to say that we're 100% correct or that we are, but I feel like we are legally within our bounds in providing for that Tier 2 hunt. The Tier 2 hunt is on a specific subpopulation of moose that is much smaller than the entire Unit 16B, and I think that document it lays out quite a bit. The regulation kind of tries to address that, and I think we've worked with several boards over the years on trying to make that balance of providing for subsistence, recognizing that subsistence need, and providing for that opportunity on that specific subpopulation. Thank you.
Al.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, and I could appreciate that if the codified language directed the Tier 2 hunt to a specific area, but the permits are issued for the whole entire subunit, 16B.
Lisa, would you respond, please?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And to Member Barrett, yeah, the permits are issued for the winter opportunity. And so there's been a winter opportunity since statehood there. I'd be happy to forward the link to board support to the report for more background information Mr. Chair.
And thank you, and to Member Barrett, I believe if you want to do consider a board-generated proposal and bring it up at a future meeting with public notice and an opportunity for the public to weigh in on it, I'd be happy to entertain it. But thank you, and thank you for bringing this subject to the attention of the board. With that, we could take no action. Would you like to move to take no
I
action on
move
this?
to take no action on 84.
Second.
With unanimous consent, we'll take no action on number 84 due to AC lack of support.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 85, establish a registration hunt for bull moose limited to resident certified bow hunters only within Unit 16B Bravo.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 85 would establish a registration permit hunt for bull moose limited to resident certified bow hunters in Unit 16B. It is a public proposal and the department is neutral. The Mount Yenlo AC voted in opposition to this proposal. As I mentioned, the regulations here are rather complex. The 2021 estimate of surplus bulls is between 996 and 1,075 bulls. What this proposal would do is it would add a registration hunt with a 1 bull moose bag limit. It'd be for residents only, be for certified bow hunters only. The season dates would be August 20th to September 25th, and would only apply when the harvestable surplus is above 310 moose. The current moose population is estimated to be around 84, 85, but we suspect that number may actually be lower given the snowfall amounts from the last 2 years and the decline that we did see in the middle portion and in 16A. The harvest objective is between 310 and 600 moose in the unit, and we've been achieving our harvest objectives for the past 6 years. In order to have some idea of what you could expect to see for a registration archery hunt in Unit 16B, I looked at the results of the registration archery moose hunt over in 14A, or correction, 14C. On average, 48% of those that get a registration permit actually go hunting, and of those, 4% are successful. Of course, there are differences between 14C and 16B, most notably being access. I suspect that the total number of registration permits offered would be lower, but for those that got the permit, participation would be higher. In summary, there is currently no archery season only in Unit 16B. The population estimate is around 8,500 moose, while the population objective is 6,500 to 7,500. The average harvest from 2015 through 2020 is 417 moose. And archers took 31 of the moose in the last 5 years, which equates to 1.5% of the harvest. Again, this is Proposal 85 to establish a registration permit hunt for bull moose limited to resident certified bow hunters in Unit 16B.
Board questions? Comments? Discussion? Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just start building a record here. We had 4 advisory committees against this: Anchorage, Fairbanks, Matusa Valley, and Mount Yenlo. The bow hunters and a member of the public commented in favor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Huntington. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a couple problems with this proposal. One is, can't find the season dates. Maybe it doesn't have any. Does it have season dates?
It's the 15th through the 20th through the chair.
And was there also a winter proportionate?
No, but the comment that I was going to add through the chair is that it does overlap with the starting day of the general season in 16B.
Thank you.
Anyways, at this stage of the game, I mean, when we're still questioning really what our surplus is and what our actual population is, I just don't know that we can afford any new hunts on a population that I think that's been stressed pretty good over the last couple of winters and stuff. So unless somebody comes up with rationale to change my mind, I'm probably going to oppose this.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Board members, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be in opposition to this. It appears that there is archery participation. They've been successful. We don't know the number of archers that participated, but we know that some of them have been successful. So, I mean, they're already participating. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions from the board?
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 85. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keo?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
At this time, we're going to take a break before we get into the proposals regarding sheep. Thank you. call the meeting back to order at 3:21 PM. Member Hoffman, Vice Chair Hoffman.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 86, change the bag limit for Dall sheep in Unit 14A Alpha to full curl ram.
Second.
Been moved and second. The department comments.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, am I on now?
Yes, you are.
Proposal 86 would change the 14A sheep draw permit bag limit from any ram to one ram with full curl, horns or larger, both horns tips broken, or 8 years old or older. It is an AC proposal. The department is neutral. The Matt Valley AC voted in favor of this proposal. Under the current regulations, the bag limit is any ram. The area is split into 3 sub areas. There are 2 seasons, August 10th to the 25th, or August 26th to September 20th. Up to 100 permits are available, and currently we are offering 83 permits annually. And 10% of the permits are allocated to non-residents. What this proposal would do is it would change the bag limit from one ram to one ram with full curl horns or larger, both horn tips broken or 8 years old. The 14A Chugach area went from full curl general season to a draw hunt with an any ram bag limit beginning in rig year 2008. The initial reason for going to draw in 14A was to address the overcrowding issues. The current structure is very popular because it eliminates the need to ensure that hunters have a legal ram in their sights. It simply has to be a ram. In reg year 20, we received 7,321 applications for 53 permits, which was second only to the number of applications received for the Tok management area. And last year, we received 8,730 permits, applications for the 53 permits, which was actually higher. This is a map of the area in question. It's part of the Chugach Range just east of Palmer. The hunt area is divided into 3 separate areas and 2 different time periods. The hunt structure has been in place since the start of the 2008 hunting season. As with other areas of the state, the sheep population has been decreasing. The decrease is happening across all segments of the population, and the reasons are not quite clear. It is safe to say that hunting either from the current structure or under the previous structure of a general season and full curl bag limit is not responsible for the population decline. The board adopted the current regulations in 2007 following a decline in the sheep numbers and continued high harvest pressure. The average number of hunters in 14A Chugach from 2002 to 2007 went from 109 hunters to 41 hunters in the 10 years since we've gone to draw. At the same time, the success rate has increased from 23% to 37%. There was a decrease in the average horn length and age between the general harvest and the draw hunt seasons. These changes were not noted in the neighboring Unit 13D Taz West draw hunt area. We believe that we can attribute some of that decrease in horn length and age to hunters that access the area by foot. To the implementation of the current hunt structure, it was believed that we were taking almost all of the legal rams available. Since we've gone to a draw hunt, we've averaged 41% of the observed full curl rams in the harvest. The current structure has had no negative effects on the ram segment of the population. On average, 24 rams were taken annually between 2000 and 2007. The average dropped to 15 from 2008 to 2021. And rather than the harvest being concentrated on just the full curl segment of the ram population, the harvest is distributed among a wider segment of the ram population. In summary, the any ram draw hunt began in 2008. The 2002 to 2000 average harvest was 21 rams. Including the last couple of years, our average from 2015 on has been 15 rams per year. We've reduced the permit levels the past 2 years and intend to issue 53 permits for next fall. Summary here, the permit levels were adjusted to for the population and success rates, and the any ram opportunity is popular for those that receive permits. Again, proposal 86 is to change the 14A sheep draw permit bag limit from 1 any ram to 1 ram with full curl horns or larger, both horn tips broken or 8 years old. It's an AC proposal, and the department is neutral.
Thank you. Board discussion, questions, concerns? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's just total support for this, no opposition. I'm a full believer in the full curl management policy or plan, and so I can support this.
Any additional discussion? I think the testimony was that there's 41% of the harvest now is full curl. And what percentage of the full curl available harvest is being harvested at that level?
The Chair, it appears it's 41% of the full curls are being harvested since we've gone to this any ram structure.
Okay, I wasn't clear whether that the hunters were getting 41% of the rams harvested were full curl, or 41% of the full curl rams were being harvested. To make sure it was clear.
That's 41% of the full curls observed in the surveys.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a disproportionate amount of these full curl rams being taken out of any one of these different hunt areas?
Through the chair, we've varied the permit levels between the 3 different areas based on what we're seeing. That's why we've cut the Carpenter Creek area itself down way back, because we haven't seen much for full curls in there for the last couple of years.
Jake?
One more question for you. In the little questionnaire card you send back in with one of these hunts, how many folks are checking the box that they used aircraft to access this? Do you have that information?
I do have that information. I believe I wrote it in the A&R. It seems that among those that get full curls out of this hunt, the majority of those are by aircraft, and the majority of the smaller rams are people that access the area by AC and ATV and on foot.
Jake?
One last question. Is the most popular strip to land in that country that Meadow Creek strip?
Through the chair, I believe, yeah, Meadow Creek and Friday Creek's another good one.
Additional questions, comments from department, intent? Discussion, go ahead, Al.
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 86. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keo?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
And Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 87, change the bag limit for Dall sheep permit hunts in unit 14A alpha and convert the early season to archery only permit hunts.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department response, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 87, change the bag limit and the open portion of the, and open a portion of the hunt to archery only for Dall sheep in Unit 14A. It is a public proposal and the department is neutral. The Matt Valley AC voted in favor of this proposal. Under the current regulations, the bag limit was any ram. The area is split into 3 sub areas. The season dates are either August 10th to the 25th or August 26th to September 20th. Up to 100 permits are available and 10% of the permits are allocated to non-residents. What this proposal would do is it would change the early season hunt to an archery only hunt. In other words, the August 10th to the 25th would be archery only. It would shift 50% of the permits to the early season archery. It would retain the bag limit of any ram for the archery hunt. And then the late season, August 26th to September 20th, would revert to a full curl bag limit and any weapon. Once again, we see that the ram segment of the population has not varied much over the past 20 years, while the population as a whole has seen greater fluctuation. Currently, the nearest compatible unit with an archery-only draw hunt is in Unit 14C, and that's the DS 140, 141, and 240 and 241. From Reg Year 2010 to Reg Year 2020, the average hunter participation in these archery hunts is 59%, and of the hunters participating, 9% were successful. In summary, again, the NRAM draw began in 2008. The 2002 to 2007 harvest average was 21, and 2015 through this last season, the average harvest was 15. We've reduced the permit levels the last 2 years and intend to issue 53 permits for next fall. Nearly all of the full curl rams were harvested annually. Nearly all of the full curl rams were harvested annually prior to going to this hunt structure. And now the full curl averages 41% of the available rams, or averages 41% of the hunt. And the amount of full curl rams observed in surveys has not increased since the change in hunt structure. The any ram opportunity is popular for those that receive the permits, and given the low success rates of bow hunters, permit levels would need to be adjusted, and that may result in some crowding issues again. Again, this is proposal 87, to change the bag limit and open a portion of the hunt to archery only for Dall sheep in Unit 14A. It is a public proposal and the department is neutral.
Discussion on proposal 87. Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have any harvest data that has anybody used archery equipment during this opportunity in the past?
Through the chair, I don't have that data handy. We can look it up pretty quickly though.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
Additional discussion. Any, Orville?
I'll just add to the record, Mr. Chair, like we had, Matt Valley, like he said, they supported it. Fairbanks AC opposed it. Alaska Bow Hunters has supported it. A member of the public. Anchorage looked like they took no action. 4 members of the public opposed it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, as I'm just kind of formulating my thoughts here, I think we made a pretty big change to this area. I don't know if we should make too large changes.
Thank you. I'm also not inclined to support this at this time. Any other discussion on it? We're kind of waiting for some statistics here, so it'd be nice if someone would hear their thoughts. I know we have a sheep guy here on the board. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm not inclined to remove rifle opportunity at this time. I think that I agree with Member Fletcher that, you know, we just made a pretty drastic change. We'll want to see what happens, and but I'm not interested in making a second one either.
Thank you. Timmy, about there with the numbers? Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, I guess just to fill in the dead air space here too. You know, we're not saying you can't take a sheep with a bow during that first rifle season. I know a lot of people would like that advantage, but you know, I've had the opportunity over the years to guide quite a few archery sheep hunters that were, you know, successful during rifle season.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Orville?
Should we have Department of Public Safety weigh in?
Yes, the Department of Public Safety. Derek, Captain, are you there? Do you have any comments about having an archery season for sheep?
Mr. Chair, no concerns.
Thank you. Okay, Tim, looks like you're back.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. It appears that we have not had any taken with archery since we've gone to draw. Since 2004, we've had 3 taken by archery. That was in 2004, 5, and 6, one each year.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. You know, I'm not going to support this. I think there's lots of opposition to this. It doesn't look like there's any support, or 87. There's more opposition to it than there is support, and so I'm inclined not to support this proposal.
Okay, thank you. Were you ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns to the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 87. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keel?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Proposal fails is 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 88, establish an archery-only general season hunt for Dall sheep in Units 14.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Like department response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 88 would establish a bow and arrow only sheep season for residents and non-residents with season dates of August 1st through the 9th in Units 14A remainder and 14B. It is a public proposal and the department is neutral. The Matt Valley AC voted opposed to this proposal. Under the current regulations, the bag limit is 1 ram with full curl horns are larger, both horn tips broken or 8 years old. The season dates are August 1st through the 5th for youth only, and non-residents are limited to 1 every 4 years. And the season dates for adults are August 10th to September 20th, and non-residents again are limited to 1 every 4 years. What this proposal would do was it would create an archery-only season with season dates of August 1st through the 9th. This map shows the Talkeetna portion of Units 14A and 14B, the areas that we're talking about. These areas show, this map also shows our sheep survey areas. And we try to do sheep surveys in G2 and H1 every year, and that depends on weather, snow cover, and timing. Looking at the survey results of these 2 areas for the past 15 years, it appears that the population has been pretty consistent. When we suspect that at least the 14A portion of the Talkeetnas was not affected by the weather that had an impact on the sheep populations to the east. Sheep harvest in Units 14A and B, the Talkeetna Mountains, has averaged 13 sheep annually for the past 10 years. Harvest remains stable with an average of 6 sheep per year coming out of 14A and 7 sheep per year coming out of 14B. Again, in order to get some idea of the potential success for an archery sheep hunt, I looked at the success rates for archers hunting in the nearby DS 140 and 141 hunts in the Chugach Mountains of 14C. The 10-year average for success for these hunters is 9%. Given that these are draw hunts and the proposals for general season archery hunt, it's not quite possible to say how many archers would participate. In addition, with it being the only archery-only sheep hunt available, it's possible that this hunt would generate a lot of interest. So in summary, we have a current youth season out there of August 1st to the 5th, and a regular season of August 10th to September 20th. Sheep harvest for the past 10 years has been about 13 sheep. Success rates with bow are typically low. Full curl management strategy has reduced the biological concern for rams in this area. And the time period proposed does conflict with the limited aircraft rule and may interfere with the youth hunt. And to just remind you, the aircraft are limited from August 10th to September 20th, in that they can drop off and pick up hunters, but they cannot use the aircraft to spot for sheep or direct hunters towards sheep. This is, again, Proposal 88 to establish a bow and arrow only sheep season for residents and non-residents. Season dates of August 1st to the 9th in units 14A remainder and 14B. It is a public proposal and the department is neutral.
Thank you. Board discussion. I would note that the Anchorage AC, Fairbanks AC, Matt Valley AC, and several members of the public all are opposed to this, and we have no public comments or ACs supporting it. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, my question's for the Department of Law, just for clarity. This proposal suggests that we create an archery season only from August 1st to August 9. Would that then eliminate the youth hunt?
Through the chair, Member Brett, no, that would, it would be an extra archery-only hunt.
Thank you. With that information, I'm still not able to support this proposal. I think the overlap is going to be a concern out there. We've created a youth hunt for something special, and to have extra people out there with archery equipment. Department of Public Safety might have some comments on that also, but I'm concerned about the overlap. Thank you.
Captain DeGraff, do you have any comments on overlapping an archery season with the youth hunt?
Mr. Chair, not really. I mean, I understand that would be added pressure, and it might undo the intent of another youth hunt having the extra people in the area. But in terms of patrols for us and logistics, I don't see that causing too many issues with the other one already going on. And I don't see any big safety concerns that way. It would just be increased pressure in the area, in my opinion.
Jake?
Hey, thanks. You know, I'm kind of inclined to believe I'm not going to support this. I think it's going to cause a little bit of user conflict. I think we already have a certain segment of the population that's going to be running around up there trying to harvest a sheep, and we're going to throw a whole different group up there, and I think there's a big potential for conflict.
Thank you. Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to add a little more to what Member Fletcher said. I agree with the same sentiments, and we'll be essentially putting in an elite hunter group against a new youth group, and I don't see that working very well. I think that would kind of, might as well not have a youth hunt if we're going to do that.
Yes, I would comment that this is prior to the aircraft restrictions, so people would be able to spot sheep for this hunt, where you can't for the other hunts. So that should be a concern for some people. That makes it a really elite group of hunters. Any further board discussions?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 88. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
The proposal fails, 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 89, establish a registration hunt for Dall sheep open to certified bow hunters only by longbow or recurve bow only within Unit 14A Alpha Meadow Creek area.
Second.
Thank you, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 89 would allow an archery-only registration hunt for sheep in Meadow Creek. It is a public proposal, and the department is neutral. The Matt Valley AC voted opposed to this proposal. Under the current regulations, as mentioned, bag limit was any ram. The area is split into 3 sub-areas. We've got 2 season dates, with the second one ending September 20th. Up to 100 permits available and 10% of those to non-residents. What this proposal would do is it would add a late season archery only registration hunt from October 5th to the 15th. It would be for the Meadow Creek area only. It would be for traditional recurve and longbows only, and bow hunter ed would be required, and the bag limit would be full curl. This is a map of the area in question. It's part of the Chugach Range just east of Palmer. And the hunt area is divided into 3 separate areas in 2 different time periods. This proposal would apply only to the area on the eastern side of the map with a dividing line between Friday and Meadow Creeks. And access to this area is very difficult, with 87% of the hunters that access this particular area do so with aircraft. Here again is the information for the DS 140, 141 draw hunts in 14C. As I mentioned, about 9% of those that hunt are successful. And it's worth noting that under that 9%, that includes compound bows, which would not be allowed under this proposal. It's likely that the success rate would be much lower than 9%. So in summary, we've got the current season's two separate season dates, 3 separate areas. Now we have a full curl bag limit. The proposal would be for Meadow Creek area only from October 5th to the 15th, and for long bows and recurve bows only. And the bag limit would be full curl. There's difficult access. There's no biological concern with full curl, and there's little chance of success, but it could increase the harvest. And that's Proposal 89, allow archery-only registration hunt for sheep in Meadow Creek. It's a public proposal, and the department is neutral.
Thank you. Board discussion. I have one question for the presenter. How many other, or for the department, how many hunts do we have in Alaska that are restricted to longbow or recurve bow only?
Mr. Chair, Gino or Natalie might have the answer to that one.
Thank you.
Through the chair, or Mr. Chairman, I'm getting the signal that we have 0.
Okay, so that answers that part of the question. This is a very small, probably a relatively elite and small group of people, but we have not carved out hunts specific for them in the past. Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. We've had some late season archery hunts with the draw over in 14C. You can access a lot of that country, like a Clutna and stuff with a 4-wheeler. You can hike in up Ship Creek to that. This is kind of carving out an area that's remote. So to build on what Member or Vice Chair Stosh said earlier, we're talking about a longbow hunter with an airplane. And we're talking about a time of year where we perhaps could get a big dumping of snow and those sheep move out of the high country. I'm not inclined to support this proposal.
Thank you, Jake. Orville?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll build on the record a little bit. We had 3 advisory committees against this: Anchorage, Fairbanks, Matanuska Valley, a couple of members of public. A lot of members of the public supported it. I guess there were all those people with that equipment. and the Alaska bow hunters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on this proposal?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 89. Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
And Mr. Barrett?
No.
Proposal fails, 0 to 7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 90, extend the brown bear hunting season in units 14A Alpha and 14B Bravo.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do we have the department response, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 90 would extend the brown bear season in units 14A and 14B from May 31st to June 30th. It is a public proposal and the department is neutral. The Matt Valley AC voted in favor of this proposal and the Sioux Valley AC did not vote on it. Under current regulations, the season dates for Unit 14A are September 1st to May 31st. And for 14B, it's August 10th to May 31st. You're allowed one bear every year. Locking tags are required for residents. Brown bears may be taken over bait. Baiting is allowed in units 14A and 14B from April 15th to June 30th. What this proposal would do is it would extend the brown bear season to June 30th in both units. Bear management objective is to maintain a population that can sustain an annual harvest of 25 bears composed of at least 50% males. The 10-year average harvest from reg year 2011 through 2020 was 19 bears, and the average percent of males was 53%. Taking brown bears over bait became legal in Unit 14B in reg year 2015 and in 14A in reg year 2018. We've seen some shift in the chronology of the harvest to the spring season, particularly in reg years 18 and 19. However, more were taken in the fall last year, and whether that has something to do with harvest patterns or COVID is unknown. Looking at the last 5-year averages, which includes that shift, we see that 33% of the harvest occurs in May. Again, in summary, the management objective is for up to 25 bears a year and over 50% males. The 10-year average is 19 actually, and 53% once you add this past season. Harvest over bait became legal in 14B in reg year 15 and 14A in reg year 18. The spring harvest in 14B has been 83% over bait and 88% over bait in 14A. This is expected to increase harvest over management objectives, and trophy value at this time might be low. Having said that, we don't have a biological concern. And Proposal 90, again, is to extend the brown bear seasons in Unit 14A, 14B from May 31st to June 30th. It is a public proposal and the department is neutral.
Thank you. Board discussion. Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be opposed to this. I think our current harvest strategy or our current harvest numbers and our objectives are right there being met, and there's not much room for additional harvest. Thank you.
Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tim, I got a question for you. So it looks like when baiting was allowed, I guess it'd be 14B. Anyway, it looks like you had a spike in your sow harvest. Then it dropped off fairly drastically, but it now looks like the trend is that your sow harvest is going back up. Are you concerned at all that you're actually reducing your population?
Through the chair, not at this point. At this point, we don't. Well, we don't have a population number, but we don't have reason to believe that we're running out of bears quite yet. Some of the wild fluctuations in the percent females in the harvest is due to the fact that the harvest itself isn't very large. So it doesn't take a lot of extra females or fewer females to really make a change in what you see for percent females.
Jake, you have a comment on this?
Yeah, I guess just a comment. You know, I think that time of year too, into June, you start to get other users accessing, you know, the backcountry.
Thank you. Anyone care to speak to their intent on the, on any additional members? Go ahead, Norval.
I'm not going to speak to intent. I'll build the record a little more. Anchorage AC, Fairbanks AC, and Matt Valley AC all were supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any additional comments? I don't intend to support this. You know, this is going into, well into late spring, early summer, and there's a lot of other people out at this time, and I don't think bear quality is going to be good either. So, probably ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation's adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 90. Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
And Mr. Keel?
Yes.
Proposal fails by a vote of 2 yeas to 5 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 91 and 91 due to action taken on Proposal 90.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is anyone object to that decision? Okay, we'll go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 92, open a year-round season for brown bear in Unit 16.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 92 would allow no closed season for brown bears in Unit 16. It's a advisory council proposal, and the department is neutral. Both the Mount Yenlo and the Sioux Valley ACs voted opposed to this proposal. The season dates are August 10th to June 15th, with the exception of within 1 mile of the mouth of Wolverine Creek in Unit 16B, where the season dates are September 15th to May 31st. The bag limit is 2 bears, and there is no resident locking tag fee required. And it's important to point out that the proposal as written does not include a separate season for the mouth of Wolverine Creek, and the board would need to address that issue in this proposal. The area within a mile of the mouth of Wolverine Creek has been a separate season of September 15th to May 31st. This area was set aside as a very popular bear viewing area in the summer. This graph shows the harvest in Unit 16 since 2006. There have been various regulatory changes over this time period regarding season lengths, bag limits, and intensive management in an effort to reduce the number of brown bears in Unit 16. As mentioned earlier, predator control was suspended in 2017, and a closed season was put into place in the last board meeting. The average harvest from 2000 to 2010, when the open season was August 10th to May 31st, was 105 bears. The average harvest from 2011 to 2016, when there was no closed season, was 107 bears. During that time period, 38% of the harvest occurred from June 1st to August 9th. During the last 3 years with no closed season, with a closed season of June 16th to August 9th, an average of 77 bears have been taken. This graph shows the seasonality of the harvest in the unit. Brown bears could be taken at bait stations beginning in regulatory year 2013. Majority of the brown bear harvest occurs in the spring, and this remains true even after the implementation of the closed season in reg year 2018. Again, the current season is August 10th to June 15th, and that began in 2018. Between reg years 2011 and 2017, there was no closed season. Brown bear overbait began in reg year 2013. Brown bear was part of the predation control program from 2010 until the program was suspended in 2017. And the average harvest from reg year 2011 through 17 was 109 bears. And when you add in this past year's harvest, the average harvest from 2018 to 2020 was 77 bears. Again, this is proposal 92 to allow no closed season for brown bear in unit 16. It's an advisory council proposal and the department is neutral.
Thank you. Board discussion. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim, is there a meat salvage requirement for taking brown bears over bait?
Through the chair, there is not. It's hide and skull.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions, comments? So, Tim, can this we authorize the IM plan for this, and we heard testimony earlier that the population of moose may be under stress in some parts of Unit 16. But can this bear population handle the same level of harvest that it had between fiscal year 11 and 17, or regulatory year 11 and 17?
Yes, it can. And currently under our management structure, we're trying to reduce the number of brown bears in 16.
Thank you.
Once we get down to the number that we're still hoping for, then we'll manage it the way we did before all the predator control started.
Thank you. Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, question to the department. Do you have any numbers on DLPs in this area right now for brown bear?
Member Hoffman, through the chair, I can get that for you pretty quick.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the department. What is your goal for the brown bear population in there?
Through the chair, currently I believe our goal for the population is to reduce it to 375 bears from its current estimate of 675 to 1250.
Okay. Were you able to find the information on DLPs yet, or were you still looking?
I'll have to keep looking. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clear that while the board did reauthorize the Unit 16 Intensive Management Plan, this proposal is really looking at just additional hunting opportunity.
Right.
Thank you.
Understood. Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. While they're digging up that data, even whatever the numbers are on the DLPs, I think this would help that a little bit if there is. And there's no biological concern right now, and I think this more opportunity is warranted in this area.
Thank you. And Orville.
Build on public record a little bit. Anchorage AC and Matanuska Valley AC both supported this. In opposition, we have Mount Yenlo AC and Susitna Valley AC. A couple of members of the public on both support and opposition. Looks like Fairbanks AC took no action. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm going to have to go with Member Hoffman on this one, that anytime there's no biological issue that the state can identify and an opportunity to increase hunter opportunity exists, I'm going to be in favor of it.
Thank you, and Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only thing I will get on the record here, the Mount Yenlo opposition to this committee felt that allowing year-round hunting would not work as the brown bear population has declined and hides would not be good year-round. So they opposed it.
Thank you. Any additional comments? I think the department's population, while it may have declined, it hasn't declined to within their goals, so that there's plenty of harvestable surplus. Al?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 92. Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Keel,
Yes.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Proposal carries by vote of 5 yeas to 2 nays.
Thank you, and
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 93 due to the action taken on proposal 92.
Second.
been moved and seconded. Any opposition, any concerns? Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I'm clear. The proposal that was just adopted by the board includes all of Unit 16. There was a portion of Unit 16 around Wolverine Creek that had a separate season bag limit and setbacks, things like that, just to remind the board that that's out there.
Go ahead, Al.
Mr. Chairman, I'd wish to reconsider the proposal 92.
Second.
Been moved and second that we reconsider that. And
Yes, yeah, I had it underlined, and also, I think we forgot an important part of this proposal, and that is to amend this proposal to, let me get to it, to allow no harvest within this special area of Wolverine Creek and 16B. So my amendment would be to not allow harvest within 1 mile of mouth of Wolverine Creek and 16B.
Second.
Were there dates, or is that year-round closure?
I would just make it a year-round closure.
Okay.
The dates were there because there was a season before.
Okay, thank you. With that amendment, is there discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't think I can support that amendment. Those dates were in there to allow opportunity after a certain date of the season. I think it was September 15th to April 15th. So if we want to include those dates in the amendment, I could support it, but as that, to close that whole area year-round, I couldn't support that. We'd be losing opportunity in that area.
Would someone from the department like to confirm that that's correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For your advantage, Tim just put up the dates that were in the codified, and if you want to open all of 16B except within 1 mile of the mouth of Wolverine Creek, and then keep those dates at September 15 to May 31st. That's what's currently in regulation. Thank you.
Would the maker of the amendment concur with that?
Yes, I will concur with that. My bad.
And the second?
Yes.
Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So now the next question is, for some reason I had tunnel vision when we were talking about this whole thing, and my tunnel vision was 16B, but this proposal is for all of Unit 16, which would
Right.
include A and B. Okay, thank you. I just was making sure that everybody knew that too.
Okay, thank you. And with this the amendment, which is before us, to be voted on, would keep a portion of it closed for a time. Cheryl?
Just a matter of procedure, Mr. Chair. I didn't hear a 2/3 vote on the motion to reconsider before the amendment would be properly before you.
It was.
Did I miss that?
By unanimous consent.
Okay, I'm sorry, thank you.
Call the question.
Question on the amendment.
And you all went a little too fast for me, but basically, you're just keeping that up there on the slide, 92.2.
Right, Wolverine Creek area, within 1 mile of the mouth of Wolverine Creek area would be open only from September 15th to May 31st. The rest of Unit 16 would be open year-round with this amendment.
Okay. So everybody's clear. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the amendment, Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keough?
Yes?
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
And Chairman Burnett?
Yes,
The amendment carries 7-0.
and the proposal is now back before us. Is there additional discussion on the proposal as amended?
Call the question.
Question has been called on.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Would you call the roll on the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 92 as amended. Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keough?
Yes?
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
And Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended, 5-2.
Mr. Chair, we already took no action on Proposal 93, do the action on Proposal 92. Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 94, establish a general season by bow and arrow only for brown bear within Units 16 Alpha, 16 Bravo remainder.
Second.
Thank you. I think we could, with the earlier action of opening the season year-round to brown bear hunting for all gear types, I think we could take no action on that one because it's now open. Both those, all of 16 is open year-round.
I move to take no action on 94 due to the action we took on 92.
Second.
With that, unless there's without objection. And also on 95, I think we can take no action.
I move to take no action on Proposal 95 due to the action we took on 92.
Second.
Okay. 96.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 96 to allow the take of black bear in Unit 16 Bravo the same day a hunter has flown.
Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. When we get the department response to Proposal 96.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 96 would create a same-day airborne exemption for black bear in Unit 16B, provided hunters were 300 feet from the aircraft. It is a public proposal, and the department is neutral. The Mount Yellow AC did not vote on this proposal. For the current regulations, it's against the law to hunt or to help someone else take big game until 3 a.m. the day following the day that you have flown. This does not apply to regularly scheduled commercial or commuter airplanes. There are exemptions in Units 7, 9, 11 through 13, 14A, 14B, 15 to 21, 23 to 25, 26B, and 26C. Black bears may be taken at permitted bait stations the same day you have flown, providing you are at least 300 feet from the airplane. This also applies to brown bears at bait stations in units 14A, 14B, 16, and others. Same-day airborne take is not allowed on National Park Service lands. So under this proposal, a person could hunt the same day they've flown, provided they're at least 300 feet from their airplane. This exemption is also currently allowed for deer. This graph, again, shows a harvest of black bears in Unit 16 over the past 20 years. Control began in the spring of 2007 and was suspended in November of 2016. There was an initial increase in harvest at the start of the program. However, after a few years, harvest went back to its pre-control levels. During the control program, the department did not track same-day airborne harvest of black bears. On average, during the control program, 23 bears were taken, were harvested by people who used airplane, who did not harvest bears over bait, and who reported 0 or 1 day of hunting. In 2007, the population was estimated at 3,500 bears, plus or minus 300 bears. This was allowed under the control program from 2006 to 2016. And during control, 23 bears were taken annually by people who used aircraft, did not hunt at bait, and hunted either 0 or 1 days. Again, Proposal 96 creates same-day airborne exemption for black bear in Unit 16B, provided hunters are 300 feet from their aircraft. It's a public proposal, and the department is neutral.
Thank you. Board discussion. Stosh?
Okay, yeah, so this would, so this would basically allow bear baiters a chance to shoot bears on the day they land to check their bait stations.
Go ahead.
Often through the chair, this would allow baiters and people who aren't bear baiting, providing they're 300 feet from their aircraft.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
through the chair, currently same-day airborne is allowed for bear bait stations in Unit 16.
So this would apply then to all hunters, not just bear bait stations? To be clear.
That's correct.
Additional board discussion on this? Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we have a population goal for black bears within this subunit and or 16B?
Through the chair, yes, we do. I believe it's 675. I mentioned, Chris did mention it in his overview, and I mentioned it in intensive management.
Did you hear that?
Could you repeat that, please?
Through the chair, I believe it's 675. It was mentioned in the overview as well as in the intensive management regulation.
And we're currently at 3,500 plus or minus 300 bears?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Based on our 2007 survey data.
2007.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks. With the season dates, is there a possibility of, what unlikelihood are you going to be looking at boars and sows locked up, hanging out in the same kind of area when you're flying around to find them?
Through the chair, I don't know.
I'm sorry, through the chair, could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, sorry, that wasn't very articulate. I turned my head back to being on the mountain looking at bears going to hunt them. So, in the spring rut, typically, a boar will run into a sow. He'll hang around that sow long enough till she, receives him, and then they'll hang out for up to a couple days, reproducing. And what's the likelihood with the time frame of these dates that we're going to run into that?
Well, through the chair, this is Todd Rinaldi. That is correct. It would overlap the period, the reproductive and mating period for bears in Unit 16, May and June, and possibly sometime into July. Along Cook Inlet and further down the inlet, there's a lot of aggregation areas where bears aggregate for the purposes of mating in salt sedge meadows. We don't have any widely known concentrations in Unit 16 outside of McNeil River, but that opportunity and that certainly it could happen. Absolutely, they would be susceptible in that situation.
Thanks for allowing me to restate that so I could save a little bit of face. Thanks.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to build the record here, you got Anchorage AC that supported this, one public comment in support of it. You do have one Fairbanks AC that was opposed to it, and 2 public comments that were opposed to it. I'm inclined to support this. We already have same-day airborne for bear baiters in that unit. It's pretty clear from at least the 2007 survey that we have quite a few black bears in there, and we have not met the objective numbers. So I'm inclined to go ahead and support it.
Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to hear what Public Safety has to say on this one.
Thank you. Go ahead, Captain.
Yes, through the chair, thank you. Yeah, so we disagree with this primarily because if you have any other open season going on when this is allowed, you're going to give essentially a plausible defense to any other same-day airborne hunter that would be doing that illegally by allowing this to happen here. And so what that can do is erode our ability to obtain search warrants on other cases, because then we'd have to show that they weren't black bear hunting to be able to get a search warrant for other potential same-day airborne violations. So that's would be a huge issue for us. We would expect to see reports of same-day airborne drop because this activity would be allowed, or we would expect to see a rise in false reports, wasting our resources trying to vet this stuff out. If the board were to pass something like this, it could be a little less contentious or tenuous for us if same-day airborne take was not allowed during any open season for moose or sheep. Thank you.
Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So since we've already got same-day airborne for bear baiting, have you had any instances where people were claiming that and other stuff was going on, or is there anything there? But again, I believe that's just strictly springtime. I don't think but anyway, just have you had any cases involving that?
Yes, through the chair. We've had a few, but with the narrow season there, and then a person being able to land near what would be expected to be a registered bait site, we know where those typically are. Those sorts of things are easy for us to kind of put together to recognize what the situation is. But if you open it up so broadly over such a long period of time, it just opens the floodgates to other people doing other activity, and then we have to prove that they weren't doing the thing in order to get court authorization to obtain search warrants if we truly believe we have somebody same-day airborne hunting for some other species. So yeah, just for the black bear baiting, that's working well, but this is just kind of a radical departure from that in our opinion.
Thank you. Any addition, Al?
Yeah, I have another question for Captain DeGraff.
Just before you do that, Captain DeGraff, could you try when turning off your picture? We're getting bad sound quality from you. So when you answer Al's question, let's see if this works better. Thanks.
Yes. So we have same-day airborne for deer down in Kodiak, which overlaps with some of the brown bear seasons and goats down there. Has that been an issue?
Through the chair, a little bit, but you have different terrain, much smaller area, less population of pilots and hunters compared to Unit 16. Another challenge would also be that, if you open it in just 16B, adjacent areas could also, kind of be at risk for somebody trying to take advantage or misusing this. But so we do see that with some of those other areas, but the terrain's a lot different, the clientele is a lot different, the quantity of people is a lot different.
Thank you, Captain.
And Captain, thank you for trying your picture off, but it didn't, unfortunately didn't help. Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a temperature check the board here. Would there be any interest to have this allowable except for August 10 to September 30th? And Captain, do you think that would help your end a lot if we do take that approach?
Through the chair, sorry, and you actually broke up on my end. Could you just repeat that for me?
Yeah, I was checking the board and the department, if it would help you if we allowed this except for the start of caribou hunting season, August 10th, to the end of moose hunting season, September 30th.
Through the chair, that would make this, yes, that would take away some of our concerns significantly, yes.
Could you entertain such a motion?
Mr. Chair, move to amend the proposal to eliminate the days August 10th to September 30th.
Second.
The amendment, as I understand it, would be to allow same-day airborne bear hunting, black bear hunting, except during the periods where sheep and moose seasons are open. And caribou, yeah. Okay, just to make sure for those dates. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, I like that amendment. I think that satisfies public safety's concerns a little bit. We have a super overabundant population of black bears, and I think the flying community is pretty trustworthy. There's always a couple out there, but I think this will provide more opportunity for those with that method of transportation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any additional comments on the amendment? Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little hesitant to mention this. However, you'll notice that Unit 16 is largely Unit 16B, and if the board is considering this, you might want to consider Unit 16 as a whole. Keep things consistent.
We have an amendment before us. The maker of the amendment could change the amendment before we vote, and if with concurrence of the second, perhaps.
Yes, I'd like to change that to all of 16, not just 16B.
Yeah, I concur.
Okay, so it would be applying same-day airborne hunting for black bears except during the time period specified earlier. And any other further discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Al. Okay, no additional discussion. Did you understand the amendment? Yes, so ready for the question?
Call the question.
On the amendment.
On the amendment,
Pull the board on the amendment.
yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keough?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
The proposal as amended is back before the board. Further discussion, Mr. Keough.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as amended, I can support this proposal. I mean, we've already got same-day airborne for bear baiters. And it's still the same criteria. You got to be 300 feet from the airplane before you can actually hunt anything. I think it'll provide a little bit of extra opportunity for the people that have access and with no biological concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm probably not going to support this, but, I would have liked to seen a little bit more, public testimony about it.
Okay, thank you. Any additional board discussion, Al?
Yes, could I get from the department a little clarity on 16 Bravo from the action we just took that has, only has a harvest season from 15 September to 31 May?
Through the chair, Member Brett, I'll ask Tim to respond to that.
Through the chair, so as I understand it, you're asking me about the same-day airborne, provided you're at least 300 feet from the aircraft for that 1 mile area around Wolverine Creek?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the regulations here for 16 Bravo. It's a 3-bear harvest ticket from 15 September to 31 May. And with our amendment, you wouldn't get to hunt same-day airborne until after the 30th of September.
Just to clarify, that those season dates are just for the Wolverine Creek area. Under the regulations for black bear, there is no closed season other than that 1 mile area for Wolverine Creek.
But pilots would still be able to use it after the 30th of September? Yes. From our action on our amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional discussion on the proposal as amended? Al?
Yeah, I'm inclined to support this. Like I said before, 3,500 bears plus or minus 300. We're looking at a population goal of 675. I think, we got lots of opportunity to provide for other methods and means or other methods of transportation in this one. So I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Any additional discussion, board members? Are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 96 as amended. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keough?
Yes.
And Mr. Huntington?
No.
Proposal 96 carries as amended by a vote of 5-2.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 97 due to the action taken on Proposal 10.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we take no action on Proposal 97 due to the action we take on number 10. We've already addressed the issue area-wide rather than just by the unit. So without objection, we'll take no action.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 98, extend the beaver trapping season in Unit 16.
Second.
Been moved and second. Department comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 98 would extend the beaver season in Unit 16B to start on August 10th instead of September 25th. It is a public proposal and the department is neutral. The Mount Yenlo AC did not vote on this proposal. Under the current regulations, the season dates are September 25th to May 31st, and that's for trapping. There is no hunting season there. Traps and snares must be submerged from September 25th to November 9th. There is no limit, and firearms may be used throughout the season. Sealing in Unit 16 ended in 2011. The average harvest in Unit 16 between 2000 and 2010 was 86 beaver annually. Looking at nearby units, we can see that there is no trend to a decreasing trend in the number of beaver sealed. The amount of trapping effort that's going on these days is small compared to the past, and the department does not have a conservation concern for beavers in the unit. This would add 48 days to the season. This would align the beaver trapping season with the start of the caribou season. And again, there is no biological concern. And that's Proposal 98 to extend the beaver season in Unit 16B to start on August 10th instead of September 25th. It's a public proposal and the department is neutral.
Thank you. A board discussion. Al?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to amend this proposal to change it from a trapping season to a hunting season.
Second.
Been moved and seconded amendment.
And so if I could speak on that, changing it to a hunting season versus a trapping season, one, you know, it's not really the perspective of a trapper to go after fur that's unprime and, you know, use it for fur sales. Two, there's waterfowl and upland game bird hunting that's pretty well used in that area, and I'd hate to see traps and snares and deal with if something's submerged or not. And I'll leave it at that. I think that's my main points.
Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is very similar to the one we did in Unit 9 a couple days ago. Same concept.
Okay. Additional comments from the board? Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, question, I believe, I may be wrong in this, I believe in 16B, we don't require sealing of beaver. Would you want to have that documentation or no?
Through the chair, as I remember it, the beaver sealing was discontinued quite some time back. I think I said 2010, and that was because people were having issues with getting into town to get their beaver sealed and things like that. It's nice to have that information, certainly to follow the trends and understand what's going on with the population out there. But given the low level interest of in beaver pelts these days, I don't think it's necessary. If we were to start hearing things of, you know, no one's seeing beaver anymore, then we could certainly come before the board with a proposal to have beaver sealed again.
Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just something I'll get on the record here. I mean, so we've heard over and over about the low value of beaver, which is true. The overall hide value is minimal. There is, however, a fair value in the carcass to various people. And then the real value in a beaver right now is the casters that are going for an average of $100 a pound. So there is value there, just so the rest of the board understands that. That somebody could, potentially with something like this, go out and to harvest as many as they could get just for the caster value alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments on the amendment?
Call the question.
Questions on the amendment to make this a hunting for beavers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the amendment, Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
and Mr. Keough.
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
Now, the full proposal as amended is before us. Additional comments on discussion on the proposal as amended? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Member Keel brings up a very good point that the fur and the meat is not the most valuable part right now of a beaver. It's the casters. And that fluctuates again with market demands. Still, we don't have a conservation concern on beavers, so I'm not opposed to, well, I'm going to support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional discussion? Go ahead.
Hey, I know the Office of Subsistence Management supported this, but without, that amendment, I don't know if they had any further input.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to catch up just a little bit. So I understand the amendment was to create a beaver hunting season in Unit 16B, it looks like we're looking at. I believe that'd be the first fur bearer hunting season that we'd have for beavers in units like 1 through 17. So you're creating, just so we're aware, creating something new. And also in the regulation, firearms can be used throughout Unit 16 to take beaver throughout the trapping season. So just something for you to consider as you move through.
Go ahead, Al, would you
Yeah,
respond to
so
that?
beaver can be classified as fur bearer or fur animal. And so underneath fur animal, you can only harvest by firearm. And fur bearer, you can harvest by traps and snares and also use a firearm. So this would just clarify that it's a hunting season and you don't get to set traps and snares, possible conflict of other user groups out there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And that is for the extension to the season as proposed in the proposal. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to vote opposed to this proposal. Mainly, I know we did it at 9, but for this is a lot more populated area. There's a lot more access here for people to partake in it. And then I guess I'm fundamentally opposed to taking a species that's been primarily trapped and turning into a hunting season. We could have accomplished the same thing just by limiting the method of take from August 10th to the September 25th when the actual trapping season opens. We could have just limited it to firearms during that period there. So I'm going to be opposing this proposal.
Thank you. Additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns to the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 98 as amended. Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Keough.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
The proposal carries as amended 5-2.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt Proposal 229, lengthen the marten trapping season in Unit 14A Alpha.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 229 would extend the trapping season for marten in Unit 14A. It is a public proposal, and the department supports it. The Matt Valley AC voted in favor of this proposal as well. Under the current regulations, the current open season for marten is November 10th to December 31st. There is no bag limit. Marten taken in units 14A, 14B, and 16 must be sealed within 30 days after the close of the season. Current open season in units 14B and 16 is now November 10th to January 31st with no bag limit. This proposal would align the marten season with the neighboring GMUs and other species harvested with similar methods. There is no conservation concern. The trappers report noted them as scarce. However, there are good pockets that exist down around Figure 8 Lake, and there's a few other spots where you can usually find marten. The 5-year average harvest is 25, and this would add 30 days to the season. This graph shows the marten harvest over the past 10 years. On average, 32 marten are trapped annually within a range of 8 to 71 marten. As mentioned, the 5-year average is 25. This graph shows the marten harvest and percent females in neighboring unit 16. Percent females in the harvest increases as the season progresses, but doesn't seem to really take off until February. Proposal 229 to extend the trapping season for marten in 14A. Public proposal, and the department supports it.
Thank you. Board discussion. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I intend to support this proposal. It basically makes the trapping areas a lot simpler, especially when you have a marten season closed at the end of December, but you got mink and weasel, two other species that can trap fairly much the same way, goes to the end of January. And then the fact that you've got 14A, 14B sitting right next together, one side of a line you can take them till the end of January, and the other one you can't. You got to stop in December. So I don't think there'll be a much additional harvest, but it does provide more opportunity.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm also going to be in support of this. No conservation concern. We do have 2 ACs that supported this, 1 no comment and 0 opposition.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on this proposal? Hearing none.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 229. Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keel?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
And Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Proposal 229 carries 7-0.
Thank you, Christie. At this time, we're going to recess for the day. We have just 4 more proposals, but in the morning we'll come with proposals and then go to other business afterwards. Is there any thing from the department that we need to hear before we recess?
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe we do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll see you all at 8:30 in the morning. Thanks.